Okay. Mic test, mic test. Mic test, one, two, three. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Wait. Medyo magsisimula na.
How? How?
For a clearer scope.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. Like others, love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
First blood.
Holy light. May the holy light darkness. I am the chosen.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Hello, my test 1, 2, 3. You're watching the Mekong Qualifier. Alright.
消え去れ
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill.
May the holy light I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Yanade, Kiesare.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Slain an enemy. Double kill.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill. Mega kill.
May the holy light dark. I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Impressive. First blood.
Holy light.
Impressive. Double kill. Mega kill.
May the holy light dark. I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Crack him. First blood.
Holy light.
Crack him. Double kill.
May the holy light darkness. I am the chosen.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. To save the world, stop lightning! Lightning!
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Slain an enemy. Double kill. Mega kill.
May the holy light darkness. I am the chosen.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Impressive. First blood.
Holy light.
Impressive. Double kill.
May the holy light darken. I am the chosen.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Impressive. First blood.
Holy light.
Impressive. Double kill. Mega kill.
May the holy light dark. I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
Is being started here by Nightmare eSports, but it's being contested.
彎彎快你白臉數，蘇蘇啲迷霧，為要嚟決勝咗我點嘅鬧點吧。
Everyone down there, Kylie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the Marky. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kylie plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
There you go! Welcome to the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. My name is Kim. Together with me is Gigi, and we'll be your shoutcasters for this qualifiers. You've already seen the Mekong region back in the last M series, and now they are going to be gunning for that one spot for that M4 World Championship slot. Only one team can move forward, can book that ticket to Jakarta, Indonesia. So who's it going to be? Who are your bets? Do let us know.
Yeah, and last year, well, IDONOTSLEEP eSports has won the championship there at the Mekong Qualifier, and now we are going to be seeing them as well here in the 2022 Mekong Qualifier for the M4. But we also have a whole batch of other teams joining us in this tournament right now to showcase their talents and also to challenge the contending champion. And we have our prize pool listed on the screen right now. 10,000 US dollars distributed, of course, towards the first to the 8th spot here, but the 4,000 is the big buck right here. 4,000 for the first placer, and it goes a little lower towards the 8th spot.
Yeah, you still take something home, as despite the fact that you're gonna be going home in the last spot. But still, of course, you want to get the lion's share of the prize pool. Of course, not just the prize pool, but you also want to be getting that ticket to Jakarta, Indonesia next year. By the way, and take a look at the team participants here. Mekong region consists of 3 countries. You got Laos, you got Vietnam, and you also got Thailand. You have the teams Nightmare Esports, WAWA Gaming, and Team Evo playing for Laos. You also got the Vietnamese team, Study for Life, MDH Esports, and XCT team. And of course, the 2 known names in the Mekong region, IDNS and CATTY gang, will be playing to represent the Mekong region as well. So IDNS and CATTY gang, finally, we have a total of 8 teams playing for the Mekong qualifiers this year.
Yeah, all of these teams will be battling against each other towards the remaining of the tournament, and I'm actually excited for this because we only have a short time here coming from today towards the weekend, separated between 2 groups, of course, Group A and Group B, going towards the playoffs for the October 15th and 16th. And of course, only the top 2 in these respective groups will qualify for the playoffs. So every game is going to be very important to get the maximum amount of points in the round robin stage, because that is going to be our group stage setup. The top 2 teams will advance towards the playoffs, and of course, all games will be best to 2s. And we have sets of games here for Group A on day 1, sets of games as well for Group B on day number 2, which is going to be held tomorrow.
Yep, it's 2 groups. So we have Group A's, which will be happening today, and this is the schedule. Don't forget to take that screen cap to be able to catch all of the games today. It's a round robin match for today. So you got MDH Esports and WAWA Gaming first, but you also saw the day 2 schedule as well. That's Group B, which will be happening tomorrow, and eventually those 2 will be getting like the top 2 teams, and then eventually those teams will move forward into the semis, and then eventually the playoffs as well. This is the Group B stages that I was talking about. You got this schedule, which will be happening tomorrow, by the way, and the time, if wherever you guys are watching from, be sure to book your time GMT +7. That is the schedule that is written here. So these are the teams that will be playing tomorrow. You got some Laos teams. It's just like a mix and match of different teams. So you got Study for Life, Nightmare Esports, IDONOTSLEEP, which was the team that represented the Mekong region in the last M series, which is not the M World Championship, but the MSC. So you got IDONOTSLEEP. So let's see if they will continue to represent the Mekong region as well for the M4 World Championship that will be happening in Jakarta, Indonesia next year.
Yeah, this is gonna be a much bigger tournament to be prepared and of course to be qualified in, and this is gonna be our bracket for the rest of the tournament. There are 2 brackets, of course, upper and lower, and going towards the grand finals, there's a second chance, of course, to whoever is gonna be dropping down towards the lower bracket. But you are gonna be experiencing a lot more games, of course, but they don't necessarily have to be that scared, because last year in our Mekong qualifiers, IDONOTSLEEP Esports actually battled their way through the lower bracket and went towards the grand finals with a dominating 3-0. So anything can happen, teams can develop, but with the current meta right now, I think it's going to be a lot more smoother, I guess, because we're transitioning yet again towards the meta similar towards last year. So high sustain, long games. Assassins are pretty much
slowly coming
viable, but yeah.
Yeah, I would say that the meta constantly shifts, and that's what makes the game very interesting. And honestly, I can say that every single region, GG, there's a mix and match of like different strategies, different metas as well. So let's super meta, let's say in the region of the Philippines and Indonesia, but it's not super popular here in the Mekong. So there's just a lot to take into consideration. And now you got MDH Esports and WAWA Gaming for this very first game of the M4 qualifiers. Let's see what they will take out. I'm pretty sure you are updated with this, Gigi. The Faramis and the Valentina. I mean, Valentina was released back in 2021. I still don't think that it will be opened up right now. Not unless, they're going to go for that classic Valentina Faramis get up, or classic Valentina Eve, or maybe even the Forza, which is actually slowly coming back to the meta. But it seems like our teams will be taking away tanky heroes. The Balman, you got the Atlas, and you got the Akai for MDH Esports.
I think these teams are not trying to address the Valentina Faramis anymore head on, but what they're trying to do is cripple the composition that synergizes well with that kind of draft. So without the Atlas, without the Akai, without the Balmon, there are a lot fewer heroes that you can actually pick up that can be highly sustained or supported by these sustained heroes. But also, I want to point out that there are actually ways to address the high sustain meta right now, the Faramis and the Valentina being picked up, because most of the time we only see the Valentina being picked up when the Faramis is involved on the other side. MDH Esports gonna pick it up right now in preparation to WAWA Gaming if ever they do pick up the Faramis. But also, it provides a lot of safety towards MDH Esports, because if WAWA Gaming are going to be picking up heroes that have a lot of reliance on their ultimates, then it's not going to be that much of a deal now towards MDH Esports.
Yeah,
so WAWA
the
Gaming
Lilia being
responding
picked
with the
up.
Lilia.
Yeah, the Lilia. You mentioned it, right? I think this is my answer personally. I love picking up the Lilia, especially if there is a Valentina in the other side. Nullifying the possible ultimates that it can copy. But WAWA Gaming has a solid clear in the mid lane, very fast clear with the Lilia, which means that they probably most likely want to have easier rotations towards their side lanes. And now MDH Esports, they can pick up the Faramis here. I mean, there is that sort of strategy. There's so much sustain on your side. You get the Faramis, the Valentina. The Valentina is such a flexible hero. You can put it in the XP lane, you can put it in the roamer position, and heck, I've seen a Valentina being put as well in the jungler position, but please do not try that at home. You see MDH Esports is going to go for the burst, a lot of bursts on their side, and the damage as well with the late game, the Bruno as well. So something that I haven't seen being prioritized so often. So Bruno in the gold lane. What's WAWA Gaming going to pick up? I mean, if you're going to talk about like laning phase, there's still the Iritel. There's a lot of good choices when it comes to the range. Iritel, the Brody. I think for other regions, it's going to matter when it comes to like comfort picks as well, and they're gonna go with the Popol and Koopa.
Yeah, they're going for small skirmishes here, but also high burst damage in a sense on single targets. WAWA Gaming is trying to address that. MDH Esports built a lot of damage in their kit right now based on their draft with the Bruno and with Jillian, but what this has as well is a kind of weakness wherein they are also kind of squishy. The Popol and Koopa can address that because he can just stun up a particular hero and try to kill it as fast as possible. He also has some kind of safety net with the Grok, helping him with the wall, with the engage, with the crowd control, and also some zoning potential of this current draft right now, because the Lilia does have a lot of damage in her kit as well. So if MDH Esports makes a crucial mistake of overextending, they can be easily punished by this draft.
Yeah, I mean, now they're taking away Assassins, and yeah, there you go, the Faramis that I mentioned that clearly could go to the mid lane, knowing that this Julian is also a very flexible pick as well, coming in from MDH Esports. You got the Fredrin band away as well to take away the tanky sides that WAWA Gaming could pick up. But okay, a diggy for WAWA Gaming. Does this confirm that this is a side lane Grok? I mean, okay,
are we?
Here's the thing, it's so flexible. The Popol and Koopa can also be the roam, right? There's so many choices here for WAWA Gaming, and honestly, I am surprised myself. And MDH is gonna go for those two meta picks. You got the Valentina and the Julian, and now all they need to have is a roamer and a tanky side here to soak up the damage as well that you mentioned that will be coming from WAWA Gaming. So this is kind of telling, the Diggy pickup is kind of telling WAWA Gaming, okay, You cannot pick up those setter tanks, those heroes. It can be easily cancelled out with the time's journey of the Diggy. But still, the solid side, there you go, the Esmeralda for MDH Esports and the Matilda. I'm liking this. So it's more of the support meta here in the Mekong region. So you got the Matilda and the Diggy. And for WAWA Gaming, they still need a jungler. Not unless they're gonna put something uncontemporary like the Popple and Koopa in the jungler role. I mean, the Balmond's already out. There's a lot of assassin heroes out already. So I think up against the Julian, perhaps the Paquito's also out. So wow, this is WAWA Gaming just taking away so many assassins, so many junglers. So Balmond is also out. So I am not so sure what WAWA Gaming has or wants to pick up here in this last pick.
So far, with the composition built up here by MDH Esports, I'm really liking the Matilda and the Esmeralda because not much can actually counter it, given that Dirot hasn't been picked up here by WAWA Gaming. Then it can be a big
I know this
deal,
is your IGN,
but
GG.
Whoa,
I know this is your IGN. That's your
they pick it up.
IGN end game.
The Sun. Yep.
The Sun.
It's my
Okay.
Sun. Ever since like 2013, 14. Yep. And let's try to compare both drafts. Alright. Lots of burst damage and 1v1 potential actually on the side of MDH Esports. WAWA Gaming picked up a kind of a balanced one to try to counter the likes of MDH Esports. They're kind of lacking a little bit on the damage when you compare both teams, but it's balanced in a sense that it can actually survive during team fights, and it can counter some of the mistakes here of MDH Esports. They have a really nice sustain, they have good initiating power, they have tools that can negate some of the crowd control, and not much can actually be stolen here by the Valentina.
Yeah, I think that is the idea here of WAWA Gaming, to just not give Need My Help anything. But now it seems like there is going to be some advantage there on the bottom side by Remake. Going to be pressuring a lot from the King. And now here as well on the gold lane, that's a 3-man rotation coming in from MDH to assist their gold laner, which is Hehe. Oh, it's Hehe on the side of MDH. So he's actually playing for MDH. I remember his IGN. And I wasn't so sure if he changed it for fun, but it's actually real. So, MDH Esports, a lot of pressure being created by WAWA here on the gold lane. And now BitterX is going to join the party. Here comes the Glooms from their side. It's not going to be able to get anything, but actually WAWA Gaming might be punished there. Everyone's low HP, forcing them all to back away.
Yeah, lots of aggression actually being started there by WAWA Gaming. Need My Help might need to fall back for the meantime. And this will give your mine some access towards the top side jungle here of Joga, but yeah, it's not much being interrupted just yet, and an early take on the tower actually here by WAWA Gaming. Things are starting to be a little bit uncontrolled here by MDH Esports.
Yeah, that was like so many. I think what WAWA Gaming is trying to go for here, it's not even to go for the team fights, right? Like, let's not do the team fights. Let's just push in the towers, and look how Master Pun and Respect actually move towards the XP lane right now to try and push in the towers. But MDH is going to go for that classic, turtle take here. I think there's not going to be any contest here from WAWA Gaming. It's going to be secured here by Joga, but there is going to be the first blood drawn as well by MDH. They take the turtle. They also draw in the first blood for this round.
Yeah,
2 minutes in, we already got 1 tower down.
Yeah, 1 tower for WAWA Gaming. MDH Esports hasn't picked up a tower just yet, but we're seeing them being attacked here on the bot side. Nart might have to fall back for the meantime. Actually, starting to like the composition of WAWA Gaming because they have a lot of split pushing power and tower damage because of the Sun and the Popple and Koopa. And also, they can kind of easily fall back away from an engage from MDH Esports because of Master Pun and Remake. So maybe that is their strategy later on, but we saw them losing a lot of members earlier, or 1 member from the turtle fight, as now they are a bit overextended towards the bot side. Respect is trying to do some damage on the energy shield, but MDH still committing on that fight. Need My Help now joining the fray as they actually take a bit of damage coming from Master Pun. So They have to disengage for meanwhile, while we see Joga
Oh no.
still continuing on this fight.
Oh, you're
Is
mine.
quite low already. Pops out the ultimate, but
Oh
yeah,
man.
that's the sun. A tricky
Yeah.
monkey.
Yeah, you know, Gigi, I was about to say that the sun is so annoying to go up against. You're not even sure if that's the real thing you're targeting, right? Like there's so many resources just put towards your mind, and they didn't even get the kill there. So many resources wasted from MDH, and now your mind is still alive. No kills, but they're trying to go. Yeah, they're definitely going for the fast pushes here. WAWA Gaming putting their gold lane here to the XP side, forcing Respect to actually push into towers instead of going for the team fights instead. So I think they might actually be able to take them down. Here comes the guiding wind from Nart. There's not going to be any casualties just yet. Need my help is going to be in the midst of it all. Forces the black shoes. That's not the Lilia. That is the Valentina. Need my help. Going to be able to pop that one to be able to survive that onslaught from WAWA Gaming. And as we are going into the 4-minute mark, there is going to be the turtle here as well. Going to be secured by not anyone just yet. It's low HP. Joga going to try to go for it. Remake, trying to make it some place. Going to force that flicker out. But Joga, once again, going to secure the turtle for MDH.
Yeah, MDH, I think, does have a lot of priority towards team fights so far, pick-offs, and objectives like turtles. But WAWA Gaming is not really focused on that as of the moment. They want to catch up in terms of gold, or maybe gain a little bit of leverage through the pushes that they are making. So far, they have secured 2 towers at 5 minutes. That is a big deal because it opens up the map for them a lot more. Fighter though is being attacked here by Nart, but is able to escape with the black shoes. Pops out a lot of damage towards Nart as well. And while that's happening, WAWA eSports are trying to position towards split pushing, as well as Remake just try to gain some vision to know where Joga is, as he might spot them towards bot side, but MDH Esports already grouped up there. WAWA Gaming needs to fall back maybe a little, but they don't. They actually contest MDH Esports in invading their jungle, as Nart is taking a bit of damage there from Pyrex as he pops out that flashes once again, but need by help. And Joga now trying to initiate, immediately bursts down Pyrex because he doesn't have his black shoes anymore, and MDH looks to punch through this tier 1 tower, looking for another kill, but your mine is really difficult to kill because it's a sun, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, just seriously though, WAWA Gaming, they have been pushing so many towers. 2 towers down for their side, but it's a good thing that MDH was able to get that mid-side tower, opening up the map a little bit. So it's a low kill score here in the 6-minute mark, GG. So I think both teams, they know that WAWA Gaming is just trying to get in the towers, but MDH is just going to try to force out those team fights just like that. I am angry from the Poplin group for Respect. Going to take down everyone real low. Here comes the times 30 as well from Master Pun, and it's going to take down Need Help. Definitely needs help right now, and WAWA Gaming gonna go straight for the turtle here.
And this time, WAWA Gaming is gonna have the objective of the turtle, and they actually have a little bit of an upper hand based on gold, but I'm not liking this that much yet, because in terms of gold per objective and overall earning, MDH Esports is actually the one being much more efficient than WAWA Gaming. So when they reach their power spike, and as the game goes on, when MDH is going to be able to secure some turrets, then they would be able to get the upper hand in terms of gold. WAWA Esports so far is a little bit ahead, but once they start losing turrets, once they start losing team fights, just like this, as Fighter X might actually get taken out as the King slams him down, being in the front line, lots of damage, even need my help. One last auto attack onto Master Pun, but is still able to fall back. WAWA Esports is starting to struggle on these team fights due to the different angles and positionings that MD Esports take whenever they try to engage. Need my help is gonna maybe try to get the kill, but safety of the tower is still there.
Yeah, he used that wild charge to be able to escape that one. But MDH are really forcing out the team fights that WAWA Gaming doesn't even want to have, right? They're just forcing it from them. That mid-side skirmish from the side of MDH was definitely in their favor. And now WAWA Gaming is just going to try to do their best to just ignore what MDH is trying to do. Let's just push in the towers. It's quite obvious what they're trying to do here. Just push in the towers. Let's take in the major objectives here, not force out any unnecessary team fights, not unless they get caught in a very sticky situations here. Now Joga gonna try to go in for your mine. It's just a clone here of the sun. So really confusing here
It's a
for
clone.
MDH. They're gonna try to back away. Joga in the middle of it all. Peter X goes down. It's a double kill. Beautiful mass enhanced change coming in from Joga. And with those 2 kills, I think MDH is let's go for the Lord immediately. And I think it's going to be very difficult here for WAWA Game to actually contest that one with a 3v5 situation actually.
Yeah, MDH Esports recognize that, it's hard to catch your mine because it's a sun and it's very difficult to know which one's not the clone. But they know one thing very accurately. WAWA Esports, or WAWA Gaming, they group up after backing out. And Joga initiated or reinitiated one last time in a perfect manner wherein they caught lots of members of WAWA Esports in the bottom lane, followed up by the support there of Need My Help. And now they're trying to get through Remake, which is quite tanky in a sense, but that's not their main goal. They only want a tower. They already got one in the bot lane, and this is what we talked about earlier. Once they get the upper hand, once they take the towers, the goal lead starts to be whoppingly big. 4,000 right now at 10 minutes. As WAWA Esports, WAWA Gaming struggle a little bit in defending it, but your mine is desperately trying to do so in a short while. With the clones, that is helping out actually stop the Lord from marching towards their base, but they transition towards the top side, and WAWA Esports still struggling to successfully defend their towers as they take a lot of damage here from the members of MDH Esports.
Yeah, you know what, Gigi? The towers that WAWA Gaming took in the first 2 minutes, it's completely gone right now. Look at how MDH was able to actually leverage it to their advantage right now. They're going as far as to taking in the jungle creeps here, the jungle resources of WAWA Gaming, denying them any contest at all. And I think the plan here of MDH is to actually push the lanes, push the sides further, get the next Lord, possibly end this as fast as possible since WAWA Gaming, that's what they wanted to do. And right now with this 6k gold lead by MDH, they're definitely looking really good right now. Not so many clashes because most of the time it's either MDH can sustain the damage, and for WAWA Gaming, there's just a lot of tools that they have right now. So they can't really, they're not going to force out any fights just yet. 50 seconds before the Lord is up, and I think both teams are going to wait for that 12-minute Lords, but all of the minions are slowly pushing in the sides of WAWA Gaming. So it's more of MDH going to try to pressure as much as they can in the sides of WAWA Gaming. Oh no, your mine? I think that's the real one. Oh, he's still able to escape. Yeah, he's still able to escape. Yep, Peter X gonna force that Black Shoes remake. Yep. Yeah, he's gonna pop in that wild charge as well just to escape that. There hasn't been any engages just yet from WAWA Gaming. So it's just MDH just forcing out all of the ultimates here from WAWA Gaming and maybe even take one tower from their side here. They're going to continuously pressure this mid side. There might be a clash here, and here it comes. A lot of mini waves slowly closing in, but I don't think MDH will be able to take this one. They're going to try to go for this Luminous Lord in the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, they have all the tools for this. They are up by a lot of gold as well. WAWA Gaming, they cannot really contest anything just yet, especially the pushes coming in from MDH Esports. Yeah, they are able to clear out the waves as fast as they can, but slowly but surely their towers are being chipped off, and now with the Luminous Lord it's gonna be much easier right now. But the king finally has been slain. He was the highest amount of gold earner for the team here of MDH Esports. Now WAWA Esports, WAWA Gaming trying to fall back as they already got what they wanted, but Joga is not letting them have it. The trap though stops him from dealing damage, and now as he gets pinned down, gets taken away, MDH Esports recognize the threat. They fall back for now.
Yeah, that was I think that was the king trying to zone the members of WAWA Gaming away, and he was a little bit too early in the clash. But it's a good thing that MDH was able to get that lord, and eventually, Joga gets caught in the Guardian's Barrier and the Wild Charge of WAWA Gaming, and they also get another pick off after that. So for MDH right now is they need to at least take down some inhibitors, get in some pickoffs here, but they aren't able to take in anything after that Luminous Lord. So it's still WAWA Gaming in this round, but MDH has the gold lead, has the tower take lead as well. And taking a look at their items here, it's almost complete. You got the Necklace of Durance actually being secured here by Peter X to just counter out the shields from the Esmeralda as well as the Matilda. And you also got the Oracle as well coming in from the Matilda and the Esmeralda as well. So just countering each other out. So by this time, 14 minutes in with the gold lead of the MDH, they definitely have the lead when it comes to the items. And here comes the Malefic Lore as well from Hehe. The Bruto will be able to take that one. Winter Tension is here. I am angry from the Popular Koopa. There is going to be the Wild Charge here from Need by Help. Remake goes down by his own ultimate, forcing WAWA Gaming to actually back away. Your mind still able to survive that onslaught from MDH. They get another pick off onto Peter X, and the king is not even done just yet. He goes all the way in for Buster, but they're gonna try to go in for the end here. Your mind and respect is the only one left here. Can they defend this one? It's a double kill for the king of this match. I think it's over. MDH will take this one with a victory, a swift one at that. Something that WAWA Gaming wanted actually.
A dominating end of that game. It started off with WAWA Gaming having a bit of a upper hand, but it became a little bit sketchy because, yeah, you're taking towers, but you're not able to transition it towards other ways of earning gold. You're not transitioning it into other objectives like a turtle, like pick-offs, and MDH Esports were actually able to manage their economy quite well, in which they were able to match the gold of our gaming, even though they're not taking turns. And once they actually got their power spikes, once they got the pickles that they wanted, they transitioned towards objective, gained the upper hand. Actually, no one's able or was able to take on the king with the Esmeralda due to the fact that nobody's able to kill him at all, except for one that wherein he overextended quite a lot, got chain CC'd and taken out. But even though WAWA Gaming took a lot of time to shut him down, and overall I think the MDH Esports played this phenomenally, wherein WAWA Gaming, despite their efforts on approaching this game in a different manner, perhaps trying to counter the Valentina, it's just not possible. And well, Need My Help is gonna be the
doesn't need
MVP
help.
of this game. Doesn't need help.
He definitely
gives
doesn't need help at all. And this is the reason why you actually ban out the Valentina. Personally, I don't like opening up the Valentina, especially since it has a lot of possibilities that it can give the team. And with Need My Help's assistance in this entire game, he was able to score that KDA of 216, being the MVP of the game. And MDH Esports will actually be taking in the victory for this round. And again, for everyone who's not familiar with the group stages, it's just a best out of one. So it's more of like a round robin matches between the teams here in Group A. And there you have it. You got CATTY Gang and XCT for the next round. You kind of get a glimpse of what the teams are like, what the strategies that they bring out for the Mekong qualifiers. So hopefully you guys enjoy the entire day because we have a lot more action packed.
Yeah, next up we are gonna be having Team Zat, CATTY Gang, and Team XCT. So another batch of games here for you guys to set in store, to be watched, and hopefully maybe we do see a bit of changes here, like the Valentina finally being respected. Paramis not used a while ago as well by WAWA Gaming, which was a little bit confusing for me. I think they should have picked up that hero at the very least to have a lot of sustain for their fight.
Yep. You're gonna go into the highlights in just a little bit, but enjoy this one. Let's take a look at what happened in that match.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill.
May the holy light I am the chosen.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. To save the world, stop lightning! Lightning!
消え去れ
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill. Mega kill.
May the holy light dark. I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. To save the world, stop lightning! Lightning!
Battle is being started here by Nightmare eSports, but it's being contested.
Ship 1-1 phải lên bảng điểm số sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quét dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, Kyrie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the Marky. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kyrie plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
All right, welcome back to the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championships. We are going to be your shoutcasters. My name is Gyeong Gaming, and here with me is Burger Kim to be the voice of this tournament. And after the interesting game of a while ago, MDH eSports defeating WAWA Gaming in a dominating fashion, next up, we're going to be watching CATTY Gang versus Team XCT.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are wondering, Gigi, about the team. So the team that will be playing next is CATTY Gang from Thailand. They're going up against XCT from Vietnam. So it's going to be, again, a best out of one series. So again, this is still the group stages for all of the teams today and tomorrow. So we'll be finding out who will be the top teams to proceed to the next round of the qualifiers, and who eventually only one team will be able to get that ticket to Jakarta, Indonesia next year. So let's see, any predictions of the teams who will be going to M4? Do let us know in the comment section. But Gigi, all I can say is that I'm having a very fun time here in the Mekong Qualifiers, because
of course,
honestly, this is the first time we're seeing like different sort of strategies, right, being put out here. And speaking of, here you go, the Group A stages for day one, which is today. We just finished the match between MDH eSports and WAWA Gaming, and now we're going to be having the match between Thailand and Vietnam. So CATTY Gang and XCT team.
Yeah, this next game, CATTY Gang versus XCT team, is actually gonna set the trend, a possible trend of the rest of the day's games, because we saw already the performance of MDH eSports, WAWA Gaming as well. CATTY Gang and XCT team will be kind of the balance here, but so far we talked about their performance before, or like offline, you know. CATTY Gang during the M3 qualifiers,
The MSC,
they actually struggled a bit.
That was the last
MSC,
one.
oh yeah, the MSC Mekong Qualifiers rather, they struggled to actually do well in their respective group, and we know for the fact that XCT team is really strong. So maybe this game will favor them in a bit, but I'm hopeful that CATTY Gang will have a bit of a development and maybe match the strengths here of XCT team, because they have yet to prove themselves so far here in the M4 Mekong Qualifier.
Yeah, and for CATTY Gang, I'm not so sure if they're going to be playing with the same roster that they did in the MSC Mekong Qualifier. So that's another big question. And for MDH eSports, for everyone who's wondering, this is the I think it's some of the players are from Cyber XA before. So again, I'll take a look at that afterwards to see what happened. Maybe there's some roster shifts between the regions. But yeah, MDH eSports are actually composed of the players of Cyber XA from Vietnam. So again, another powerhouse in their respective countries, and now they are looking to represent the Mekong region in the M4 World Championships. And for people who are wondering, there's 3 teams in the Mekong, which is Vietnam, Laos, and Thailand. And yes, they are fighting for that one spot, to get that ticket to Jakarta, Indonesia next year for the M4 World Championships.
It's gonna take a lot of effort and, of course, a lot of adjustment as well, because nobody's perfect here in this game, in this tournament. You have to improve yourself constantly in order to be very deserving of your spot in the M4 World Championship. And of course, in this game as well, I'm hopeful to see adjustments as well with regards to the draft, because previously in our first match between MDH eSports and WAWA Gaming, we didn't see that much respect, I guess, coming from WAWA Gaming with regards to the Valentina and to the Faramis, and them not choosing the latter actually hindered them from having that much of firepower towards their game. So maybe this time we would see a prioritization towards those 2 heroes. CATTY Gang, though, starting this off with a ban on the 1-1.
Yeah, but 1-1, is still one of those heroes, despite the adjustments, the nerfs that it was given. I still think it's a very viable gold laner. So Fanny as well being taken away by XCT team. And yeah, for those who are new to the Mekong region, this Fanny is a meta here. Like it's a comfort pick for a lot of the players in different teams. So yeah, XCT is just going to take that away, especially I think it's Harry the Kid who's going to be the jungler here for Catty Gang. So yeah, okay. Looking at the IGN here, I think these are some are new players for Catty Gang. So we can expect to see perhaps like some shift of play style, some shift of in terms of the drafting phase. But Catty Gang taking away the Diggy here. Are we kind of anticipating like Atlas, Kufras coming from the side of Catty Gang? Like, I mean, that's usually the case, right? If you take out the Diggy, we want the Atlas, we want the Kufra, and what makes it
Diggy is the
great,
anti-Atlas.
the only yes, it's what is the counter to all these setter tanks, right? It's the Diggy, something really cute, right? To counter out all those scary tanks, and Catty Gang will be taking that away. Paquito as well, ban coming for the side of XCT team. I think both teams are really contemplating, are we gonna give away the Valentina and the Faramis? And there you go. The Faramis ban will come through for Catty Gang, which is kind of telling XCT team, ban away the Valentina. We want the Valentina. We're on the blue side. We can actually pick it up in the first stage. So what's it gonna be, XCT team?
I think they're being forced right now to decide to either let go of the Valentina or the Atlas. So now they ban out the Valentina. Atlas is open for first pick here for Catty Gang. If they opt to decide to draft a teamfight base composition, this is the right time to pick up this Atlas right now because no one can actually counter it. There are ways to cripple the composition of a teamfight base composition, but direct counter is not possible anymore here for Catty Gang. So that option of picking up the Atlas might be really good here as their first pick.
There are other options as well, like the Julian, which has the adjustments when it comes to the cooldown. So sometimes it doesn't get picked up first. So quite a very bold move from Catty Gang, and a flex pick as well. So this Julian again can go to the jungle role, can go to the sides, and here we have it, the Akai as well. Balmond is still open for Catty Gang in case they want to play this Julian in the mid lane. I think they're just trying to check what XC team will try to bring out in this first phase. So very good, solid 2 picks from XCT team. They're gonna go for those tanky frontliners, which means that they might actually go for heroes like burst heroes from the backlines. But Catty Gang is gonna go for the mobility as well, someone to reach the backlines as well. Matilda being picked up here, confirming the roamer for the side of Catty Gang. Or maybe perhaps they should maybe pick up a mid laner here or a gold laner as early as now.
You know, Melissa as well gonna be picked up here by Catty Gang. Lots of damage, lots of AoE actually, and shredding power in a sense because Melissa can build just the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff as well to shred all of the tanky heroes that XCT team is trying to draft right now with the Grok and the Akai. But what they're lacking right now is maybe that protection from all these engages because Catty Gang removed the Diggy as well, right? So they're also prone towards these kinds of heroes that can create a lot of interruptions with their spells. So now Catty Gang might be forced on going on the defensive, or at least deciding whether to go on the defensive or on the or maintain being on the offense, because XCT team is going on the offense.
Yeah, they got the range hero, like what I mentioned, that could be picked up, right? Someone to burst you from the backlines. Considering how XCT team has drafted their first 2 picks, they want someone to deal damage from the backside. They take away the Balmond that I mentioned is a possible pickup for Catty Gang, anticipating also the fact that this Julian might be a mid laner Julian. So again, it does not confirm anything from Catty Gang just yet. So they take away the Balmond just to be safe here for XCT. And for Catty Gang, they still need a mid laner here. They already have a gold laner for XCT. Perhaps take away someone that can go alongside the Melissa, can poke the Melissa in the early stages. Like I'm thinking something along the lines of an Iratel, or maybe even a Brody or a Claude could be the last ban here for Catty Gang. But XCT team will take away the tank killer, the Lunox, for their last ban. XCT team, they still need a gold laner and a roamer here. So it really depends. Very flexible first 2 picks here from XCT.
Yeah, I like that Catty Gang actually removed the the Claude because it has a lot of synergy with the Farsa's Feathered Airstrike, Blazing Duet into the Farsa's ult, plus the spin here, the heavy spin off the Akai is gonna be so troubling to deal with. So now Katagang is actually adjusting towards a defensive based on their bans. What about the pickings here? I'm wondering what they are gonna be opting to choose as their last two picks. We're
Is that-
seeing XCT team going with the
Hey,
Leslie.
This is real? This is the Leslie? Okay.
Huh.
I know there are some buffs that will be given to the Leslie in the next patch. I'm not so sure if it has been applied just yet, but they're gonna go for the pokes, like what I mentioned. You know, they're like, if the Claude is out, let's go with the pokes. I'm not so sure if the Leslie can poke as well as like a Clint maybe, right? I was thinking something along
Yeah.
those lines, someone to poke the Melissa. But Catty Gang will also be going for the full dive here. They got the Julian, and now they're gonna be picking up the Lapu Lapu for their side lane. They still need a jungler here if this Julian isn't a mid lane one, or maybe they pick up another mid laner, maybe a Cecilion to counter out the Farsa, but they're gonna go for the Karina, which kind of confirms the fact that this is a mid lane Julian for the side of Catty Gang. Final pick here for XCT team. The Akai and the Grok, so confusing. They still need a side laner here, someone to go up against the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah. Actually, I am understanding the pick on the Leslie right now because XCT team wants to have that poke, right? They want to be difficult to engage on as well. So they need protection on the Farsa. They might invest a lot actually with the Grok and the Akai to save or to provide space for the Farsa. So along the way of doing that, it puts the marksman in a vulnerable position. But Leslie is actually quite independent because it has the camouflage. In a way, it can get away from harm's way, away from Katagang's engage in with her kit. So now with this kind of draft, as they pick up the Ruby as well, that's a lot of AoE. That's a lot of crowd control as well. Damage, in a sense, is kind of high because of the Farsa, as well as the Leslie in terms of single target. But Katagang might actually struggle penetrating towards this kind of draft unless they win heavily in the early game. So early game, the first few minutes of the game is gonna be crucial here for them, because if they're not gonna be able to pick up a couple of kills, not gonna be able to get the objectives like the turtle, maybe a tower, then slowly but surely they will start to lose control of the game.
Yeah, I mean the Leslie Gold lane. I think I've seen this being pulled off in another region. I think it was Malaysia that pulled this off in the regular season. So it's regular season, or was that MSC? Yeah, they're pulling off something different here. The Leslie, I think the idea is to again poke the Melissa in the early stages, but I'm not so sure how it will fare when it comes to the late game. They do have the tanky front lines here to soak up the damage for the Leslie and maybe get in a nice position for the Leslie to kite the members here of Catty Gang. So let's see how this will pan out. Catty Gang and XCT team for the very first game of today. And again, for everyone who just tuned in, this is a round robin match between the teams, so it's only going to be a best out of one. And immediately we are seeing a lot of pokes coming through here on the mid lane from XCT. Fast clears for them, and they're going to be rotating here to the bot side to assist the Leslie of XCT.
Katigang and XCT team, if we compare both drafts right now, Katigang actually does have a bit of an upper hand towards the early game, and they need to make sure they get it. If they don't, then XCT team is slowly gonna chip away their chances of winning here in this game, as Katigang does have a lot of mobility in a sense, but doesn't really have that much tankiness. And now, early game, yeah, they want to pick up a couple of kills. Echo Overlord actually survives. Unfortunate there for Katagang. And now, Chen Baka is just trying to shove them away. Every time XCT team actually disengages like that, it's gonna be a big deal, because not only do they deny a kill for Katagang, but they also prevent the scaling or the supposed early game prowess here of Katagang.
Here comes the turtle in a few seconds. There's fortunately enough for both sides, there are no casualties, but the immense amount of folks from the gold lane and the XP lane as well. And here you have Xenon gonna try to go in for Bravest Fighter up against Jen Baka as early as now. He's gonna get stunned and is actually able to sustain all of that. But fortunately enough, there is Miyu from the side of XCT defending their jungler. It's not going to be anything just yet. Ultimates are still up here. Larry hasn't reached that level 4 power spike just yet. So Nuzen going to try to go in for this turtle. Something that Catty Gang needs as early as now. But in just a little bit, we might actually be seeing a first blood, casualty that might just happen in just a little bit. Nice, I am offended there by Miyu and the Predator strike from the backside. It's going to be Seti getting a double kill with the Bravest Fighter still activated. And they're going to go for an almost wipeout here. Members down right before the turtle. Catty Gang using their early game advantage to its fullest potential.
Yeah, fullest potential indeed. They finally got the positioning they wanted to get those kills as well. And now it's suddenly transitioned towards a 2,000 gold lead. After they have picked up the turtle as well. This is what Catty Gang wanted. They got it so far. They have to keep doing this in order to prevent XCT team from scaling up, because right now they're also trying to get across the map, maybe pick up a couple of kills. Unfortunately though, they're not really equipped to do that. This composition is designed to group up when they reach their first 3 items probably, but first few minutes of the game, maybe pre 10 minutes, they'll struggle quite a lot, especially when they're isolated.
Is that right? The name here of the Leslie is Tutti? Tutti Hoo Hoo? Or maybe they just use those fancy ticks. I don't know. I'm not so sure how to read that. But I'll just call this Leslie. Here comes Harry the Kid. Gonna scout in some members here of XCT. Tutti. Yeah, I think it's a really cute idea. Tutti. The Leslie from the side of XCT. Flutter combo. Yes, Harry the Kid. They were anticipating that. Wow, nice layering skill from XCT in that round.
Yeah, cute name, but not cute damage. XCT definitely, especially this Leslie, dealt a bit of damage there towards the picking onto Harry the Kid. And this is what Catty Gang actually have to be quite careful of, but they're the ones being quite aggressive as well. Almost catching out Ma'am Echo Overlord. As he backs away for the meantime, Catty Gang looking for more picks across the map as they find Mio. Jen Baka though pops out that heavy spin to help them disengage. But this will not prevent Catty Gang from getting gold across the map as the turtle now respawns back up. XCT team might struggle in trying to contest this as Nozen already picked it up. There's nothing that XCT team can do.
They're gonna disengage, and now Catty Gang is going to invade the jungle side here of XCT. Forcing the Bravest Fighter from Senon, flicker out, and the Wings by Larry will be used to disengage. And while all of that is happening, it's Miyu actually pushing that top side as well. So it's more of work here for XCT, just trying to take in some towers. They're gonna take away the first tower here for the side of XCT.
Yeah, first tower for them to catch up a little bit in terms of goal, but it's not gonna help that much yet, especially on the 1v1s as Xenon actually is bullying Miyu. So he's trying to survive, especially with the help of the minions with his sustain, but he's not gonna be winning that 1v1 for sure. As now Catty Gang still looking for some pick-offs across the map, but XCT team actually doing a really good job avoiding it right now. If they keep up this pace, like 6 minutes, only 1,000 gold lead, say it's 2,000, it's not gonna be a big deal anymore when it comes towards the 15 or at least 12-minute mark. So they have to keep it up, prevent turrets from falling down. But actually, we're seeing them grouping up towards the bot side. I don't think they should be committing this as they don't have enough damage just yet, especially when Larry is not involved.
Yeah, 30 seconds before the next turtle. The side lanes are just going to be cutting out the waves as much as they can. But we are waiting for the engage here from Ma'am Echo Overlord. Gonna try to wait for that nice wild charge onto perhaps 2 or Everlasting here is going to be the main target. But XCT will be will actually not find anything just yet. Here comes the ultimate from Toothy. Not gonna be able to take anyone down just yet. Just gonna be checking the bushes. And now Catty Gang again gonna go for the jungle side here of Gen Baka, forcing the retribution actually as early as now before the turtle. And Senon right now going for the full aggression, taking down Tuti, and now forcing Mio to actually react to what Catty Gang has been doing, forcing Neo to join in the fights. And Nozen gonna start in that turtle. Nice, I am offended. And Catty Gang will secure that turtle once again. Falling will be used here by Everlasting. No more casualties here for the side of XCT. Gonna be disengaging from that one.
Yeah, they have to disengage for now. Karagang is going very aggressive actually, but they need to be very careful as well as the time goes by, because XCT team is starting to get their items slowly but surely, catching up as well, preventing that immensible amount of gold lead that Katagang is supposedly be getting. And well, Katagang only has like a ticking time bomb right now. They have to get gold across the map, make it at least 6,000 or maybe 8 in order for the situation to get out of hand here for XCT team. But as that is not happening, Turi is starting to scale up. Larry as well. The tanks are being more tanky in a sense here towards the 8-minute mark. And despite the composition here of Catty Gang, if XCT team is going to be able to sustain it and avoid some of the engages here of Catty Gang, then it's not going to be a big deal anymore towards the latter stages of this game. Now we're seeing them grouping up, maybe in preparation for the next Lord, which is going to be spawning up in the next 35 seconds. But as they catch Harry the Kid, yeah, they have to fall back for now. XCT team is actually starting to be a lot more confident grouping up now.
Yeah, I think both of them are just waiting for the engage from either, yeah, I mentioned Mam Echo or either Harry the Kid circling Eagle. But a lot of them are just clearing out the mid lane, just waiting in for that possible clash. Here comes the chains as well. Here comes the circling eagle as well from the side of Catty Gang. They're going to try to go in for the engage. And Baka going for the heavy spin onto Senon. He's able to sustain all of that. Chains as well coming in from Aika. And down goes Chen Baka right before the Lord. 2k gold lead for Catty Gang. They can go straight for this Lord if they want to. They got the side secured as well. So yeah, they're going to waste no time in taking down this Lord. 9 minutes in. This could create more pressure for the side of XCT.
Yeah, especially when Katagang funded all their resources, their spells in order to kill Gen Baka. It was pretty easy for them to get that kill, especially when Miyu is on the top side, split pushing, but they got a tower at the very least to try and catch up with regards to the goal, and Miyu, despite being 2v1 in the top lane, is actually sustaining quite well. You know, here comes Turi dealing the damage for the team, and now Miyu is gonna be much more confident going forward this time, as Katagan recognizes the threat. They fall back. XCT win actually in terms of the pressure now.
Yeah, that's a weapons master coming in from Duty actually here. The emblem used so additional like physical damage from the weapons that Leslie will be getting. So you see that like one lethal shot was actually enough to poke the members of Catty Gang to half HP. Speaking of Catty Gang, they're going to be taking this tower on the mid side, forcing XCT to actually clear out all of their side lanes. And now pressure from Senon here to the top side, trying to go for Tootie. Bravest Fighter has been activated. Here comes the falling, and the muddles come from the side of Catty Gang. Senon's still unstoppable, but after that tower dive, he's going to get punished there by XCT. Neo's going to be able to sustain. Everlasting going to take a brunt of the damage, going to cover that ultimate from Tootie as well. So Catty Gang and XCT going to be exchanging a 1-for-1.
A 1-for-1 trade. XCT team starting to fight back here onto Katagang, but they need to be very careful. Aika is flanking them, or at least attempting to, as he misses that engage. As now Katagang is attempting to take more turrets here away from XCT team, which will provide them a bit of roaming potential, especially on the jungle side here of Gen Baka, because he has been struggling a bit so far in this game. 0-2-1 on his scoreboard. Meanwhile, Larry and Turi actually are having a bit of an easier time. so far. Scaling up, Larry is level 10, but Turi is already level 12. Able to keep up with Everlasting is gonna be a big deal because he is gonna have that responsibility of dealing a lot of damage towards the late game fights. And as we reach towards the 12-minute mark, this is supposedly the scheduled, power spike of XCT team. But Karigang seems to still have the edge here, especially in terms of the rotations, as now Luminous Lord might be available for the taking once again. Karigang should be attempting a dive next.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they got Xenon here, if the chains are available for Aika.
Oh!
But Mayo gonna try to go in for the I'm offended. Feather there, strike on the backside from Larry. Not gonna hit anyone. Here comes the chains from Aika, but they take down the tower onto the mid side. They're trying to look in for something. Everlasting. They're trying to go for but he has to do so. Instead,
Oh no.
Tuti will take down one, but Larry gets punished instead. Jetbaka falling low. Nuzen gets a double kill here. And now it's only Echo Overlord. They get isolated clashes, but I think Catty Gang got what they wanted at the end. Tuti goes down and almost wipe out for the side of XC team. Echo is not gonna be able to survive that one. Gets taken down by Aika. And straight to the Lord for Catty Gang this time. The Luminous Lord for their side. And XCT team suffers that wipeout.
Yeah, Karigang. Yes, I want to commend Karigang right now, especially on how big of an improvement you're having right now, especially in this game. XCT team made a questionable call there. They didn't know whether to commit onto the tower or commit towards the fight. Turi as well wasn't hitting the right targets even when they're backing away. So those kinds of miscoordination will definitely affect them negatively towards team fights. And now, as Katagang reaches their 4,000-5,000 gold lead against XCT, despite XCT team having this team fight base composition that's supposedly capable of dealing with the draft of Katagang in the late game, if they're not going to be coordinated, or at least as coordinated as Katagang, then it's not going to work out for them. Now, pressure onto the top is starting as they take a tower down. But here comes the heavy spin. Gen Baka though might get taken out. Nozen is trying to get into a nice flank towards their side. But as that fight's happening, Luminous Lord is in the bot side. Katagang is not letting them reach that location that easily. As now, the Lord marches towards the tower. Inhibitor tower falling down here for XCT team, and they don't even have enough resources to fight them off, as all their towers are actually being forced right now. But nice walk into the feathered airstrike, into the heavy spin, as XCT now looking to fight back. Kaligang looking to back away, but Larry continues to stop them. Turi is dealing a lot of damage in that fight, trying to catch Harry the Kid. But good job by Nozen, stopping some of that bullets. But XCT, that fight was with them.
Yeah, they lost 3 members for the price of 1. It was a beautiful Guardian's Barrier coming from Echo Overlord, and then you get Larry to land the feathered airstrike on the 3, and the rest of the members of XCT, all they needed to do was just burst them down in that instant. They were able to do so and able to buy some time, successfully defending their base right now. They only got 2 inhibitors left here for XCT, but they already found some opening here. 40 seconds before the next Lord. A reset once again for Catty Gang. And XCT already positioning themselves here in the riverside, waiting for Catty Gang. There are probably 2 engages here. There's the heavy spin and there's also the wild charge here. And Gen Baka gonna be using that as early as now. Wild charge as well by Echo Overlord. They're not gonna get anything for now. I'm just gonna be burning those ultimates for the side of Catty Gang.
Yeah, Catty Gang still having a bit of an upper hand here against XCT team. Despite that small hiccup towards the bot side, or at least inside the base of XCT. And now as the Lord spawns once again, this time Katagang has to be a lot more careful because of the setups here of Echo Overlord. That wall can be disastrous for Katagang. As now Conceal Play comes in. Overlord now trying to close the distance, but they have to be very careful. Larry is in a difficult spot, tries to go behind his teammates, but now as they have spin actually stops the onslaught here of Katagang. Overlord falls down, and there's another fight breaking out towards their side as Aika actually is trying to chase down Larry. Can he actually get it? The answer is yeah, actually. As XTT one by one keeps falling down, Katagang has divided them and now are conquering them one at a time. But Turi, dealing a bit of damage there, tries to fall back with his movement speed,
but
is
to
unfortunate.
no
Yeah.
avail.
That's
I think
kind of
they
sad.
they're gonna try to end this. They're gonna
They
try to
actually
end
can
this as
right
much as
now.
possible. Yeah, Janbaka is the only one left to defend this one, GG. I don't think he'll be able to defend that one. Minion waves are slowly coming in, but
Heavy spin.
But I think it's inevitable. Katigang will take this victory for game number 2.
Phenomenal execution here by Katagang despite the efforts of XCT team with their draft, their interesting draft, perhaps. Katagang got a lot of their win conditions set in place, especially when they got the kills earlier in the early game, especially when they were able to punish that overextension by XCT team in the mid lane. And when the moment we saw the miscoordination of XCT team, we started to be kind of worried for them, especially for the upcoming team fights. And well, Katagang demonstrated how big of an improvement they had over the past few months, or maybe since last year. Coming towards today in the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship, I'm really excited to seeing them perform much better. But for XCT team, they need to polish a little bit more on their synergy, I guess, because they had a really nice draft, and in this game we saw how big of an impact Nozen and also actually Harry the Kid had in this particular game, in their rotations, in their pressure, shutting down Larry, shutting down Turi even. And during fights, Larry couldn't position himself that effectively anymore, not because he doesn't have those front lines, they have actually 3, but because of the immense amount of angles that Katagang attempts on chasing down this Farsa.
Yeah, but the MVP for the game is no other than Nuzen. He was able to snowball with this Karina pick from the side of Katigang. It was the last pick of Katigang, actually, their secret weapon for Nuzen. So it wasn't Harry the Kid as the jungler, so it's actually Nuzen with the KDA of 606, virtually untouchable in this entire game, going for the tank Karina to be able to actually sustain the clashes, be able to go in for the Shadow Dance after everyone is really low, and eventually get the kills, get in all the objectives for Katigang. And so it's just a fantastic game for them here in game number 2 of the Mekong Qualifiers. Again, for those who are wondering, this is only a best out of 1. It's a round robin. It's the round robin stage for both Group A and Group B. So for today and tomorrow. So for the best out of 3 and the best out of 5, those will be happening in the semifinals and the playoffs. We have our next match. Once again, we have WAWA Gaming and XCT back on stage once again for the third match.
yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love herself. Only a shepherd.
yourself. Change the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun.
Battle is being started here by Nightmare eSports, but it's being contested.
1-1 phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, Kyrie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the Marky. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kyrie plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
Welcome back to the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. You're still with us, Burger Kim and GG, at your service as your shoutcasters. You've already seen 2 games here in the qualifiers, and we're going to be heading towards the 3rd game. These are 2 teams that you've already seen play today. You got WAWA Gaming and XCT once again here on stage for game number 3. And again, for those of you guys who are wondering, this is just a best out of 1, a round robin stage for the group stages to be able to figure out who gets the most points and who will be able to move forward in the qualifiers, eventually going to the playoffs.
Yes, and actually both teams as well are a bit in a redemption game towards this particular 3rd game, because WAWA Gaming lost to MDH Esports, XCT team lost to CATTY Gang. Both teams doesn't have a win yet towards day number 1 in Group A. So hopefully they have patched their mistakes from their respective games. WAWA Gaming, we saw how they're unable to, or at least they are a bit struggling on the hero selection wise, or in drafting their composition with the on par with the current meta. XCT team actually was a-okay with their draft earlier against CATTY Gang. However, we saw a bit of miscoordination with regards to team fighting. So hopefully they are able to patch those problems up towards this game, and we're looking towards a nice performance this time between these 2 amazing teams, because WAWA Gaming and XCT team are really strong as well. WAWA Gaming this time are going to be on the blue side though, while XCT team will remain on the red side.
Yeah, this time WAWA Gaming will be respecting that Valentina, since that was a hero that they struggled with in the first game here in the Mekong Qualifiers. Earlier on, if you were able to catch the game of WAWA Gaming and MDH, this Valentina was the MVP of the game with Need Your Help as the MVP. So this time, WAWA Gaming will be respecting that. XCT still taking away the Fanny, the 1-1 as well, and the Paquito are going to be the prio bans here for both sides. And since WAWA Gaming is the on the blue side here, possibly there could be a Faramis first pickup here for WAWA Gaming, since the Valentina is already out of the picture. That could be the case, not unless either WAWA Gaming or XCT will just completely ban away the Faramis.
Yeah, for sure it should be XCT team though, because WAWA Gaming does have the first pick priority, and if XCT team doesn't, remove this, then it's gonna be a free pick off for WAWA Gaming. Actually, WAWA Gaming is the one to actually take it away. This is interesting. They could have gotten it for absolutely free, or maybe they could have banned away a different hero in a sense that can be a threat towards their intended lineup. But maybe they're entirely not interested on this hero at all, and XCT team will have 1 free ban.
Yeah, I don't think they're very comfortable with the Valentina or the Faramis. Maybe it's not suited for their playstyle, since they don't want to go for clashes, right? We already seen that in their first game. They want to go for the fast pushes, so maybe it just doesn't fit with their composition. Either that, it doesn't fit with their composition. They don't want to go for the team fights. They just want to go in for the fast pushes. The Julian will be banned away here for the side of XCT team. And let's see what WAWA Gaming will actually prioritize. If you want to go for the standard picking, you might actually want to pick up the Akai here in the first pick, since the Valentina Faramis are already out. Or maybe even something like if you want to go for the assassins, all of them are open right now except for the Fanny. So what's it gonna be for WAWA Gaming? Are they gonna go for the tanks first, or are they gonna go for the assassin type of jungler here? Again, if you go for the tanky pickup here in the first selection phase, I think it will be very good. Yeah, Valmon for WAWA Game. I was actually thinking about this. Either the Akai or the Balmond could be the jungler. And since the first game that WAWA Gaming had, the Balmond was actually never open for them. So this time they're going to be picking it up. So XCT, what are they going to answer out? Akai is still open here, by the way. There you go.
And a good response towards the Balmond as well. They pick up the Diggy too, because Atlas can be picked up here by WAWA Gaming. And I think XCT team doesn't want any counter towards their intended lineup. And not only that, they also denied the possible counter on the crowd control chains that XCT team is intending to have with their supposed composition. WAWA Gaming though, I'm liking their pick so far. Lots of AoE damage and also execution damage with the Balmon's ultimate. Esmeralda gonna be picked up, but they have to be very cautious on the pick on the Roth later on. So if XCT team doesn't get it, maybe WAWA Gaming should respect it by banning it away.
Yeah, I think the Dairot might actually come through here for XCT, since knowing that Akai usually it goes to the jungler position, so XCT, they can actually pick this up so they win that side lanes already as early as now up against the Esmeralda, but instead they also go for another counter up against the Esmeralda, the Lunox here for XCT, something for the sides, and this time I think WAWA Gaming could actually ban out the Dairot in the second banning phase, and as for XCT, they still need a mid laner here, someone that can go up against the Lunox. I'm thinking like something along the lines of a Kagura that has a lot of mobility as well, an insane burst if you're able to position herself well, or maybe if you're talking about other mid laners like a Savior, but they're gonna go for the roamer ban here. Matilda is going to be banned away by XCT, and WAWA Gaming, what are they going to take out here? Perhaps the Dairot, so they can win the lane. Blood. Still the Flood being taken away. I mean, knowing that this is one of the heroes that loves to be picked up, especially if you're going up against a Melissa. Nice ban coming through for WAWA Gaming. Final ban here for XCT. What's it going to be for them? Possibly a mid laner or a roamer here. Croc? Since it seems to be a favorable pick here in the Mekong Qualifiers, will that come through here for XCT?
I think the ban on the Claude is understandable because XCT team is drafting a composition that can shred a lot of those durable heroes like the Balmont, like the Esmeralda. So far, Lunox is gonna be capable of doing that. And what XCT team is opting to draft right now is a composition that can actually funnel or synergize well with the Akai that they have. Lots of protection is available, not only from their front line, but also from the Diggy itself. So mobility is something that maybe XCT team is looking forward to having right now, because WAWA Gaming doesn't have any crowd control yet, except for maybe the ultimate here of the Melissa, but not much actually, and that's what they're lacking right now. Maybe if they pick up a hero that has crowd control, it's not gonna be that helpful as well because of the Diggy presence that XCT team has. So now XCT removes the Matilda and also take away the SS that can actually help WAWA Gaming's draft without having that much crowd control. Instead, the sustain is gonna be a threat here towards XCT team, because WAWA Gaming, I think they want to have a lot of endurance towards extended team fights. They would want to group up in a sense. XCT team wants to scatter them.
Oh, they're going for the Cho. I'm thinking this is an XP lane Cho for XCT. Something to actually go up against the Esmeralda when it comes to a 1v1 situation. But again, we still don't know if these are possible gold laners for XCT. It doesn't confirm what their composition is, but they have already the first two picks are very solid. You already know what it is. More or less, it's an Akai jungle, then a Diggy roamer here. WAWA Gaming will be picking up the Eve, quite different from what they had in game number 1 GG, wherein they just went for the fast pushes. This time, WAWA Gaming is like, okay, fine, let's go for the clashes. Let's set things up for our team, and they go with the Franco as their final pick here. The Eve as well. So this is a very good lineup coming in from WAWA Gaming. Team fight build composition, and as for XCT, they want to go for those isolated pickoffs after pickoffs. You got a lot of things to consider here: the way of the dragon of the Cho, the heavy spin from the Akai, and even the order of brilliance from the Lunox. They still need someone to close out the game, a late game hero aside from the Lunox here. Will they go for a marksman to go up against the Melissa, or not, unless this is a gold lane Lunox? That does happen, right? A gold lane Lunox.
The Franco though is quite interesting. I think this is a pick that they want to have to suppress the Akai long enough so that he's gonna be rendered useless on his heavy spin. But XCT team does have a Diggy as well, and Leslie as well picked up yet again. We saw the performance of Turi earlier against CATTY gang in their game. However, we didn't see that much prowess from Turi with regards to following up with the damage towards his teammates.
Yeah.
WAWA Gaming is gonna be looking to punish that, and I'm actually quite nervous because with the presence of the Franco, Leslie's gonna be threatened quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, there is the Diggy on their side, so that's something that they have to consider as well before going for the engages. So the hooks from the side of from WAWA Gaming has to land perfectly on the heroes that they want it to be landed on, right? So I think for the side of XCT here, again, it's a comfort pick. This is what I heard as well from the Filipino players abroad. I actually done some interviews, so you guys can check that out in a bit. I'll actually be releasing the episode soon. So I was able to talk to Hate from Malaysia, and then I was asking, what's the meta like here in Malaysia? Is it like they're going to go for the clashes? Are they going to go for the pickoffs? They're going to go for the pass catches? What's it like? And his answer was, you know what, Burger Kim, the answer to that is, you know, for teams in other regions, if it's their comfort pick, it doesn't matter. If other meta picks are open, it doesn't matter again. They're just gonna go for their comfort picks. And for XCT, this is a comfort for them. You know, no matter what other people say, they want this Leslie, and I think they want to prove it for the second time around. Tuti was the MVP of the game for game number 1, so let's see if this draft will work much better for the side of XCT. But again, WAWA Gaming this time, they have a much better draft than what they had in game number 1. So let's see. Palman securing the objectives, lethal counter, retribution, double retribution like what I mentioned before. So this could actually work for WAWA Gaming if they want to scale up. And there you go. First blood goes to the side of WAWA Gaming. Here comes the Iron Hook from Master Pun. Of course, Duty down real low and forcing the side of XCT to back away. Unfortunately for their side, the backup was a little bit too late. But WAWA Gaming with a great start this time.
Yeah, WAWA Gaming again, with the aggressiveness that they have, is able to secure that first blood, although it's only to Ma'am Echo Overlord. This time though, heavy spin of Gen Baka is gonna help them secure a trade towards top side, stomping Respect in that particular fight, as nobody's there to actually help him. And now, Mio just quite mobile there, disengaging, as XCT actually looking to secure a couple of gold here towards the top side with the energy shield of the tower, getting chipped away quite fast, as there's like 3-4 people on the top side. Respect nearly actually gets taken out there by the last hit on the ultimate of Turi. And now XCT looking to maybe group up as frequently as possible, because so far whenever they group up, good things happen to them. They get a pick off, they get a gold across the map. WAWA Gaming cannot really respond that much as of now. Larry in the mid lane though is having a good time actually on this Lunox.
Yeah, but let's see how this will pan out though. There's a lot of pressure here on the gold lane, forcing WAWA Gaming to actually put their resources here on top. And as for the bottom side, that was a lot of gold laning as well, taken down by Peter X. And now with the setup here, there could be a possible engage here. Time journey being committed here by the Diggy. But here comes the Bloody Hunt as well from Master Pun. But he gets the heavy spin here. And down he goes. Real world manipulation. A little bit too late there by Peter X. And here comes the ultimate snipe once again by Tuti. Not enough to take down Respect this time. Order of Brilliance going to be committed there by Larry. And XCT won't find nothing after all those ultimates being burned. Tuti is going to be able to, force a lot of resources from WAWA Gaming to put it all here on the top side. I mean, considering that this is a Melissa, you're going up against 3-minute mark. XCT is doing pretty well.
And with the Diggy, Turi is having the best of time in the top lane, securing a lot of gold for the team, but mostly towards himself. And that is a big deal, because this Leslie is gonna scale up much faster than usual, especially compared to the previous game they had against CATTY Gang. And WAWA eSports, WAWA Gaming, they should be looking for picks. They have the Franco. Master Pun can just try to initiate for the team, especially wherever the Diggy is not involved. Maybe in the bot side, as Mio is a bit overextended, but does have a couple of teammates backing him up, as WAWA Gaming looking to maybe secure this turtle up, but they need to be very careful because the kick is there onto Master Pun. Nice follow-up as well. Palmon though not dealing that much damage towards the fight. Remake is trying to capitalize on the moment though, as he's dealing quite a lot in here. XCT might be a bit scattered, and WAWA Gaming will just pick up that kill to trade out for Master Pun.
Oh my goodness. WAWA Gaming definitely got the better trade-off there. I mean, it was Jen Baka that was taken down for the price of Master Pun. Definitely worth it for WAWA Gaming. They also got the turtle, like what I mentioned. For the Palman, you can really easily take in objectives just like that. And after this, Respect is going to be able to jump down this tower down low and actually be able to take it down. So WAWA Gaming, this time, calm and collected, as a different strategy than what they had in game number 1, wherein they wanted to go for the fast, which is very innovative coming in from the side of WAWA Gaming. And they are up by 1,500 gold lead as compared to the game earlier, wherein they were falling short in terms of the gold lead. And yeah, actually, if you take a look at the player cam, they are all together here for WAWA Gaming. And speaking of WAWA Gaming, they are on the gold lead and looking at their items, going towards the 3rd item already here for the mid laner, or for the for Remake, actually going to perhaps like the Dominance Ice here.
Dominance Ice is gonna be very important in this game to reduce some of the sustain on the heroes. You know, XCT as well. Now gonna be collapsed upon by WAWA Gaming, but the heavy spin actually denies the engage that WAWA Gaming wanted. But here comes Remake, being the front line. You're mine as well, and a nice hook by Master Pun. And now XCT being scattered once again. WAWA Gaming capitalizing on the moment by taking that turret in the mid lane. But while that's happening, you know, Mio is just in the top lane, chilling, attacking the turret. And we'll get a trade at the very least for the team, but needs to be quite careful because Remake is already there, chasing him down. Although this is a swift hero, you know, it's a show that has a lot of dashes. Still has to be quite careful.
Yep, I don't think that this is going to be Mio sustaining, but once again, WAWA Gaming will secure in all the turtles of the game. They also get another tower. I love how they actually try to get in some objectives after they get like turtles here for WAWA Gaming. Different strategy, like what a different one that they had compared to game number 1, but Mio is not gonna let that one go. He's actually gonna continuously push that tower onto the bot side, at least giving something towards the side of XCT. Like what I mentioned, WAWA Gaming's composition is built towards team fights, and so far all of the team fights that they're forcing out up against XCT has been doing well so far. They're getting the pickoffs, and right now they're actually going almost there by Remake. Gonna fall Star Moon, but Jen Baka gonna go for the heavy scene. Once again, Master Pun is going to be getting rid of the damage. Tudi's gonna fall, as well as Madame Echo Overload. Jen Baka gets a double kill right before the Luminous Lord, 70 seconds before it pops in. What can XCT do at this round? I mean, their composition cannot answer out to what WAWA Gaming has been doing right now.
Yeah, and WAWA Gaming's mistake in their first game against MDH Esports was that they're able to take turrets, but they're not actually able to transition towards the other objectives. This time, it has been patched up. They're very efficient in their laning phase, in their rotations, and now they're pressing topside as well. XCT cannot really respond to this as of the moment, as WAWA Gaming is just applying too much pressure onto them. There's also the hook of Master Pun, and you know, Remake just being heavily in the front line. That's a nice kick by the Cho, and they will shut down Remake at the very least, but they need to be very careful. Mio nearly got obliterated there by Fighter X, as now they just look to disengage. For the meantime, WAWA Gaming already got what they wanted. All outer turrets secured already for them.
Yeah, that's almost like a tower per minute for WAWA Gaming. They took down 6 already, and here comes the Lord, the first Lord of the game, and with the towers that WAWA Gaming has taken, I think this is going to be very easy. And with the Palman, it's going to be much easier for them to secure the objectives. The hook as well comes through for Master Pun, and the flicker just to actually mess up the jungle side here of XCT. Retribution action has been used by Jen Baka here, so what is the plan in here of XCT? Try to get in some solo pickups. Here comes the Wind Dragon by Mew. Not gonna be able to commit to anything. Remake as well with the Falling Star Moon. They try to go for it. Nice! Real world manipulation from the backside. Respect gets that kill screen, forcing XCT to back away. Order Brilliance as well being committed here by Larry. Tuti will be able to dish out some damage. Double kill for Respect. And after that, 3 kills for for the side of WAWA Gaming to none. They're gonna continuously push the towers here while your mine is just gonna go straight for that Lord. A lot of damage, but they're not gonna be able to sustain that one. It's only three left here to defend. Real world manipulation as well. Stop doing it's going to the WAWA Gaming. Gonna be able to make XCT back away. Well, all that's happening is just gonna have the sweet time taking this Lord with that lethal counter. 10 minutes in, WAWA Gaming dominating this game already.
A dominating game indeed. XCT cannot respond at all towards their engage. They try to with the ultimate there of the Diggy, with the heavy spin of Gen Baka, but it's still not enough. WAWA Gaming, not only do they have some crowd control in their kit, but they have AoE damage. They have a lot of damage in their kit, and we saw how Remake, Respect, just being very confident in the front line there to back Pythar X up as he has his real world manipulation. XCT just cannot shut down these players as of the moment. 5, 2, and 4 already on Respect, and here comes Respect once again with the rest of the team just cleaning up XCT inside their base. Not scared at all, and despite the efforts here of Larry, despite the efforts of Gen Baka, they're just gonna be shut down yet once again under the safety of their towers. Gen Baka though, with the tankiness, trying to sustain here for the team. Low HP on your mind and Master Fun, but they're not gonna be scared. They're just gonna go in once again. They can easily end this game right now, but Overlord there is up. Turi as well, but the real world manipulation sends him back towards that death timer, as now Miyu is gonna be the next contender. WAWA Gaming recognizes the situation that they're putting in right now, so they just fall back, finish up those inhibitors, and back away completely.
Can I just say that WAWA Gaming was so fearless at that moment? Did you see how Remake was doing like a 1v1 with Larry? I mean, knowing that this Lunox can totally outplay an Esmeralda, it was just Remake just buying so much time for WAWA to take down the inhibitors, and now with nothing left here for XCT, the biggest question is what kind of play do they do here? Do they go with the heavy spin here of Gen Baka, but at the same time, you can't really take down Gen Baka. He is the retribution holder here. And at the same time, you know, they don't really have some answers to what WAWA Gaming has been doing. After the engages here from Master Pun, the Iron Hook, the Bloody Hunt, you set up the place here for Peter X to actually lay that real world manipulation, and for Respect to free hit the members here of XCT. And without those two heroes taken down, Peter X or even Respect, there's nothing much that XCT can do, because one by one, they're gonna get shredded down here by the damage dealers of WAWA Gaming.
Yeah, WAWA Gaming is unstoppable at this point. Look at Respect being in the front line right now. Not scared of anybody. Heavy spin into that heavy hook by Master Pun. And now concealed play being set in store here for XCT. A nice suppression there onto Miyu. Is still able to fall back, but Turi will not. And now, Larry with the ultimate can actually get a kill. Got one, but is taken out as well. And now your mind is in the equation for this fight. Now Miyu cannot do anything as of the moment. Yeah, this is gonna be game. WAWA Gaming is just gonna end the mystery here of XCT.
Wow, that's so many prolonged team fights, GG. I mean, this is WAWA Gaming not letting up, right? They only got one Lord at that, and all they needed to do is just continuously pressure WAWA Gaming, continuously pressuring the side of XCT, and eventually they got what they wanted, which was the base. And it was just so difficult to watch there. Like, I mean, it was just XCT continuously going back and forth towards their base to regen HP. And for WAWA Gaming, you're like, what? You know, just go back to your base. When you come out, we're just gonna dish out as much damage as you receive. So it's really difficult for XCT.
Yeah, WAWA Gaming improved significantly, especially in this game compared to their match against MDH eSports. They initially started strong, but kind of struggled in fully utilizing their strength, especially in team fights. This time, we saw a much more aggressive but also comfortable team here at WAWA Gaming. For the side though of XCT, I think they still haven't patched up their synergy. Most of the time, we saw them just playing but by themselves in an isolated manner. Although it's a little bit more polished now, we saw some pick offs, saw some team fights wherein they were fighting back effectively, but that's not enough to keep up with the other teams, especially against WAWA Gaming, against MDH Esports, maybe against CATTY as well, which so far has their wins already. And the MVP of this match is going to be Pyrex, of course, with an incredible performance with a score of 4-0 and 17. That is a lot, and an incredible amount of kill participation as well.
Yeah. I mean, setting up the plays. I mean, aside from Master Pun landing those iron hooks on the targets that you need to land it the most, it was Spider X actually setting up the plays for WAWA Gaming, actually releasing the real world manipulation. And after that, all the rest of the members of WAWA Gaming needed to do was clean up work, little damage for the Balmon, and that's it. So much damage from the side of WAWA Gaming. Beautifully played. And speaking of, they're still going to be playing for the next round. WAWA Gaming gonna go up against CATTY, and this time CATTY with no losses just yet for the ground robin stages. So let's see how they will fare up against WAWA Gaming, fresh from their victory.
Yeah, this is going to be a redemption story probably by WAWA Gaming. After now we saw them improve. Katagang is going to be their next stepping stone. But Katagang has a phenomenal place earlier during their match against XCT. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. But let's see. So far, it's a good first half. We're going towards the second half right now of Group A, day number 1. You're watching the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship. Of course, we are shoutcasters, Young Gaming, Burger Kim. Before we transition towards the next game, let's watch the highlights first for this previous game.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
First blood.
Holy light.
Double kill.
May the holy light darkness. I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer scope.
Is being started here by Nightmare eSports, but it's being contested.
Chip 1-1 phải lên bảng điểm số sâu sâu từ bảy màu và như vậy là quét dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
1v1 down there. Kyrie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the Marky. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kyrie plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on 1.
All right, welcome back to Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship. And after that victory of WAWA Gaming against XCT, this time they're gonna be challenging another team this time, CATTY Gang, after they won their previous matchup against XCT. So like what we mentioned earlier, Burger Kim, this may be a redemption story being set out here for WAWA Gaming, or will they be shut down by CATTY Gang once again?
Yeah, I mean, WAWA Gaming, this is their last match of the day. And speaking of the last match of the day, not just yet. We got WAWA Gaming right now going up against CATTY Gang, but it's WAWA Gaming's last match for the day. So they already lost their first match for the Group A stage up against NIIGHTMARE eSports, so they need to win this as much as possible to be able to tie things up. And we're already halfway through the Group A stages, so keep on tuning in. We still got the last 3 games for today. Best out of 1 for the group stages, so it's more of the round robin matches for today. And let's take a look at the rankings for today. NIIGHTMARE standing on top, followed by CATTY Gang, WAWA Gaming, and XCT that has been struggling in the qualifiers in the Group A stages, but they do have one more match later on, so let's see how they will fare there. But NIIGHTMARE and CATTY Gang standing on top, like what we mentioned, all of them so far have 1 point each.
Yeah, they've only had 1 game so far, but it was an incredible performance on how they demonstrated their strength, especially in their first game, because that's usually where we get the momentum towards our next games. And NIIGHTMARE and CATTY Gang so far has proven themselves really strong in Group A. So now with the matchup of WAWA Gaming and CATTY Gang, let's see who is gonna be gaining the momentum this time, because so far WAWA Gaming has earned them their momentum with their game against XCT, and they're looking forward to having a much better standing towards this one against CATTY Gang, especially that they're going to be maintaining on the first pick.
Yep. The Diggy this time going to be taken away by CATTY Gang. Valentine as well for WAWA Gaming. So if you guys were taking notes in the previous games of WAWA Gaming, I don't think they are very comfortable with the Valentina, or either they don't want to have a lot of team fights. So perhaps could be a Faramis ban by CATTY Gang. Still the Paquito, which seems to be almost like 100% ban here in the Mekong Qualifier. So another one of those heroes rising consistently in the charts, both in professional play, both in ranked games, that the Paquito has been doing very well, especially with the buffs that has been given to it in terms of the skill 1 and the skill 2. And the Julian final ban coming from WAWA Gaming, forcing CATTY Gang to actually, okay, maybe you guys should take out the Faramis. We're in the blue side.
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah, or the Fanny. I mean, there's a lot of.
Oh yeah,
there,
the
right?
Fanny as well. Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay. Fanny is available for the first time here in for today. Actually, all 3 games that we have watched so far, it's immediately banned away by the red side team. So now WAWA Gaming will have the opportunity of picking it up first pick, and if they don't, for sure CATTY Gang is gonna get it. So what do they decide? Do they get the Fanny? No, they actually go with the Melissa.
Oh, well, Respect had a very good Melissa game during their last game, right? Getting like a double, triple kill even for the side of WAWA Gaming. So, like what I mentioned, right? For other regions, if the other heroes are open, they're just going to actually shut that away and, okay, let's pick up comfort picks like the Melissa. But this means that the Claude is open here if CATTY Gang wants to answer to that Melissa, right? The Claude with the Blaze Wit, but they're going to be setting up the place this time as well, like the similar thing like what WAWA Gaming did earlier for the team fights. This is very scary. We already kind of had an inkling that they might actually pick up this Atlas with the Diggy ban, and without the Diggy being not available for WAWA Gaming to actually pick up, the Atlas can actually shine here. And even the real world manipulation of the Eve. So Wawa Gaming, are they gonna answer with the Farsa classic Farsa Eve matchup in the mid lane?
Possible Farsa Eve matchup. But what I'm also looking for is my question: who will pick up the Fanny? And if they're not gonna be picking up the Fanny, then why are they consistently banning it? Those questions still remain in my head right now. And ooh, okay, they want the shield. They want the immense amount of durability with their next two picks right now on Wawa Gaming side. And Kaligang might actually start to hesitate this time on starting up team fights because Wawa Game is not gonna fall back from this.
Yeah, I was expecting either like an Esmeralda pickup or maybe even a Yuzhong to deal with the Eve, but they go for uncontemporary picks once again for Wawa Gaming this time, and the hero that I haven't seen for quite some time. Ever since it was released, it has been used in professional play, has been used in abuse. The Eat It, which I think deals a decent amount of damage, is very tanky, but CATTY Guy is looking very scary here, right? In terms of CC. They got the Balmond here with the lethal counter, so kind of confirming that this is the jungler rather, for the side of CATTY Gang. Final two bans here for the side of Wawa Gaming and CATTY Gang. Still no jungler for the side of Wawa Gaming, and looking at what else is missing here, mid laner, perhaps like a Farsa, or maybe even some Kagura. Oh, there you go. The Fanny ban will come through here for CATTY Gang.
Finally, it comes through. Wawa Gaming might actually pick it up on their fourth pick if ever Kattigan doesn't really ban it away. But I'm liking the Fredrin pick, honestly, and the Edith, because it does have a lot of sustain during team fights. What I'm only scared of right now is, you can sustain quite a lot, but who will deal the damage? They rely so much on the Respect right now that is actually quite vulnerable because of the Atlas pick. And if the Atlas would be able to initiate effectively onto Wawa Gaming's lineup, then the follow-up damage is going to be immense from the Eve, from the Balmond alone. Not only that, they also will be picking up a marksman, which in this matchup probably would best suit getting maybe the Clint here for the extra poke in the laning phase and
For
kind
the
of
poke,
a good mobility in a sense. Or maybe go with the Iritel, honestly, for the AoE damage, because no one can actually close a distance onto her just yet, based on the picks here of Wawa Gaming.
You know what, Gigi? I was actually laughing with the last ban here coming from Wawa Gaming. It's definitely targeting Xenon with the performance that Xenon had with the Lapu-Lapu earlier. I mean, that's going to be very difficult, right? So much crowd control for CATTY Gang, and they get a Beatrix, which I haven't seen being prioritized, of course, with the adjustments that has been made. Lesser cooldown time, but still viable in the late game. But Wawa Gaming is going to be picking up this time an Amon. Okay, fast jungle. Has the conceal as well, but they still do need a mid laner here to go up against the Eve here. So what are they gonna go for? Farsa? Kagura? Or even a Kadita here, but I mean, that's not gonna be viable because there's a lot of heroes to tank up the damage. But the Yuzong, like what I mentioned, the answer to the Eve, but who's gonna be in the mid lane here? Fredrin? Or the Edith? Like, that's really confusing.
Yeah, very confusing.
Right? I mean, they're gonna go for the sustain, but that's a lot of physical damage, but only one magic damage dealer, which is the Amon. So if this is going to be Fighter X's hero, then perhaps what Wawa Gaming is trying to go for is go for the backlines, right? Assassinate someone from the backlines with Fighter X. Because Fighter X has been using mostly like the Eve, right? The Eve, the Lilia, so more the burst type of mages. So this is quite uncontemporary, once again coming in from Wawa Gaming. But CATTY Gang needs the answer to this. What's it gonna be for the last pick? They need someone to sustain as well, something for Xenon to go up against the Yuzong. Oh, throwback.
Wow.
Throwback to
this is actually really good. I like this pick right now, the glue being picked up here by CATTY Gang to kind of isolate and distract. Interruption is actually the prowess of a glue, especially when he latches himself towards a particular hero. So Wawa Gaming this time are being threatened not only with a dive, with an AoE burst damage, but also with a lot of interruptions coming from the glue. Because of that, they might start to hesitate a little bit to initiating team fights, because earlier when they concluded their draft, it actually threatened so much on the Beatrix and onto the Eve pick, because they can now penetrate so well on those defenses. But now, as the glue has been picked up, there's much more safety being present on the side of the Eve, on the side of Everlasting here, with the Beatrix and Katagang as a whole, based on their performance earlier with their with their match against Team XCT. They're very solid in terms of their synergy. So with this matchup right now of both teams, I think it's pretty even, despite the weird picks here of Wawa Gaming.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of weird, I was thinking that it's Spider X in the mid lane because Spider X has been playing mid for WoW Gaming, but there has been a shuffle in terms of the roles. So you're gonna be seeing Your Mind and Spider X actually shifting with their roles. So Your Mind going to the mid lane and Spider X going to the jungler role. So let's see how that will pan out, right? I mean, the mid lane Fredrin and Edith, you wanna definitely go in for the invades. They've been doing it quite well, and the pause has been called here by Catty Gang.
Mm-hmm. A pause, and of course, we want to make sure that these players are experiencing the best possible experience into the game without any performance issues, because it definitely has an effect in your gameplay if ever you're suffering from a high ping, or maybe if your phone is um, your phone is having any sort of performance problems. Especially right now, like the graphics of the graphics of Mobile Legends has been increasing, especially compared to the last few years, and the demand on the phone specification has been increasing as well. So a lot of times, actually, casual players starts to be needing much better gaming phones to be able to play the game in the best possible quality settings, because if you're not able to get those good gaming phones, then you're not gonna have the best kind of experience playing the game. But also, not only do you need a gaming phone, you also need sometimes a fan for it, a cooling fan to help with your performance, because sometimes when your phone heats up too much, it affects like the FPS of the game.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the phones are all a rage now, for especially for mobile gamers and people who love Mobile Legends. I mean, I personally have a lot. Okay, for you, Gigi, I'm not so sure how fast you grind or how much you grind MLBB, but I've been, yeah, just to let you guys know, I actually do have a secondary account just so I can spam out different heroes, try what else they can do. But here we have Wawa Gaming and Catty Gang trying to invade the jungle side, but Your Mind is going to be taking a lot of the damage. No level 4 power spikes just yet. So 26 minutes in, Fighter X already rotating there towards the bottom side, but there is going to be a sort of advantage there by Remake to go up against the glue that has been doing very well before when it was buffed up, and after the nerf we haven't seen so much of the glue. But what Katigang has in advantage here is when it comes to the setup plays, right? Isolated plays, especially when the glue pops that split, and you got the playful links from the Atlas to tear apart what Wawa Gaming wants. And now here comes the first circle of the game. It's just Nuzen there waiting for the right timing to get that lethal counter. He's hiding over that bush, right? Not so sure if he's gonna try to go in for the steal. Yep, there you go. He could get spotted.
They
here
go.
after punch. And there you go. They anticipated that. Wawa Gaming totally bought so much time there for Fighter X, not unless there is actually going to be some sort of contest here. Harry the King doing his very best. Retribution comes through here for the side of Wawa Gaming, and down goes Harry the Kid. The endless charge will connect, and now Wawa Gaming gonna go as aggressively to invade the purple buff here for the side of Catty Gang. Real manipulation from the backside from Aika as well. Your Mind gonna take a lot of the damage. Gonna try to pop in that Appraiser's Wrath, but the Xenon instead will be in that split. Gonna be able to connect here up to Your Mind. He is so tanky here. Takes a while for Catty Gang to take him down, but they do take down one.
for the price of one. 1-1 exchange here for Wawa and Catty Gang.
Yeah, WAWA Gaming actually being very efficient so far in the first few minutes of this game. They're able to get 2 kills, able to get the turtle on the bot side river earlier. And even though your mine got taken out, it actually took a long time for him to be killed. And that may be a problem here by Catty because they invested quite a lot just to kill him, even the ultimate there of the glue. And now WAWA Gaming again on the offense. Look at that burst! Harry Kid still had like 40% of its HP intact, then suddenly he dissipates away from the map. And now WAWA Gaming still not done, getting a pickup onto the top lane, plus some energy platings here onto the turret. That is a lot of gold going towards WAWA Gaming.
I think what WAWA Gaming is trying to do here is buy some time here for respect to be able to scale up like what he did, and now all the ultimates are going to be thrown here towards Remake. He is quite tanky here. He is able to sustain, but not for long. The lethal counter takes him down. But as we are saying all of that, WAWA Gaming will be taking that tower on the top side care of respect. So WAWA Gaming right now, I mean, this is what they wanted, right? The fast pushes, and they've gotten the tower already on the top side. They have a 2.5k gold lead right now up against Catty Gang. And here comes the second turtle of the game. And earlier on, this is where you've seen WAWA Gaming make that play up against Nuzen, actually taking him down as early as the 2-minute mark and also securing the turtle for their side. So this time, let's see if Nuzen will actually be able to take this objective, this turtle.
Yeah, WAWA Gaming most definitely will be the one to get this, unless, you know, there is a high potential of steal coming from Nuzen because of his ultimate. But due to the zone control here of Remake and your mine, honestly, they're able to at least prevent Catty Gang from reaching the turtle and take it away from them as well. 2,000 gold lead still present here for WAWA Gaming as they look for more plays. Nice use of the fatal links into the follow-up for that real-world manipulation. But look at the tankiness here of your mine. And Massive One, that is like a 2 versus 4. Finally, your mine falls down as Master Pond looks to disengage. Pythrex re-engage for the team and quickly bursts out Xenon. So turns it into 1-for-1. 2-for-1 this time for Catty Gang as Nuzen picks up his second kill. WAWA Gaming, I think they're starting to maybe disrespect Catty Gang, wherein they should, honestly. And if they continue to do that, they're just gonna be punished here and now.
A little bit slow for Catty Gang in the early stages, and after those 2 pickoffs, of course, you're gonna keep feeding Nuzen once again with the Balmond this time. Like earlier on, he was able to snowball with the Karina, and if this is the same case that you'll give his Balmond, I think this can actually be turned around. But WAWA Gaming has been very consistent as well on their pressure that they've been creating on the side lanes. Respect already rotating towards the bot side, switching the lanes here with Respect, but Master the Pun also gonna try to go in for that purple buff. Unable to get anything right now. Radiant armor has been secured as well by Nuzen, which kind of means that he can go in for the crazy plays. Fatal Links comes in for Harry the King. Lethal counter as well from Nuzen. He's able to sustain, but the real world manipulation from the backside from Catty Gang will be able to take him down. Your mine not gonna be able to survive that one. Double kill for Xenon. And now this time WAWA Gaming is going to retreat. Catty Gang looking really good right now in the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, WAWA Gaming, I think they're starting to struggle a little bit as well, though, with regards to the aggressiveness here of Catty Gang. But good job for them, at least they have secured 2 towers so far. But I think in this possible next fight, Catty Gang is not gonna hold back this time. Especially now that they know there is some sort of a weakness here on the lineup of WAWA Gaming. Yeah, you're tanky, but you can still get taken out. Nuzen finally picks up that kill onto the turtle, and nice fatal link followed up by the real world manipulation. But can they actually do enough damage? Because Remake is still alive, your mine is still alive. Finally, Everlasting picks up that kill. Nuzen though being in the front line here for Catty Gang. Spider-Rex trying to secure the kill, but not much range. A 1-for-1 trade. Unfortunately, your mine falls down as well. Everlasting is just free hitting all the way here. Will he get taken out? The answer is no. Catty Gang wins this fight this time.
Definitely
Katigang won that one. That was so crazy coming from your mind. You actually flickered in just to take down Nuzen, so that was a very good shutdown. A little bit of a gold shift towards the side of WAWA Gaming, and right now, Respect gonna try to defend this tower, gonna clear it out. Harry the Kid trying to make in some plays here, but no fatal links up. Right now, they are already feeling that power spike, and they've been winning all of these clashes that WAWA Gaming has been winning in the early stages. They're gonna try to take in more towers right now. Xenon gonna push that top side right now. Respect. I don't think that's a good position. The fatal links will come through, and with no, he's gonna be able to block it, but Everlasting gonna be able to get that kill onto Respect.
Yeah, Respect not showing respect towards Katigang right now. WAWA Gaming in general has been a little bit reckless, I must say, as Katigang right now are being a much more disciplined team so far, especially with the positionings they are making across the map. Now they're punishing bot side, trying to catch out Remake, but well, it is in his dragon form, so it's kind of difficult to catch him. So good job for Remake at the very least, because he secured a tower in the bot lane for WAWA Gaming to have that upper hand in terms of gold. But as the game goes by, we're starting to see Everlasting actually dealing quite a lot of damage. And as the Lord spawns up, this might be the next attraction for a team fight, as WAWA Gaming still does have a lot of tankiness in their kit. But if they fail to actually, go on top of these high damage dealers, which is Aika and Everlasting, then they will struggle a bit as the team fight progresses.
Yep, we're gonna have to wait for Harry the Kid to make the plays here with the fatal links, and again, it's something that they have to catch with Aika, but here it goes. Again, from the backside, Harry the Kid goes down, first one to fall, but the split will come through. Your mind gets taken down. Master of Fun as well, really low, but Aika is still alive. Everlasting as well, hitting everyone from the side of WAWA Gaming. Yes, they are able to sustain, but not for long. Fighter X gets caught in the midst of it all. Gets taken down with the lethal counter, and now WAWA Gaming can be forced to retreat. Their early game trial card has expired, and right now it's Catty, guys. Time to shine without Pyther X in the picture. This is WAWA Gaming already going to position themselves here in the Lord pit. Master the Pun trying to go for some plays. Split comes through here for Xenon. On to Master the Pun. Nope, you're not going to be able to get to that Lord pit. And Luzen will be able to secure that Lord with a lethal counter.
Yeah, Katigang, very disciplined execution on that team fight. Immediately, they lost Harry the Kid, but actually, they kind of allowed it to happen. At most, Harry the Kid just tried to use the Fatal Links, but unfortunately wasn't able to cast that ultimate. Now, with the Atlas down in that fight, they actually were still able to protect Everlasting and Aika, and with them dealing a lot of damage in the fight, WAWA Gaming slowly but surely loses their HP bars, and it transitioned towards a Lord plus 2 kills in exchange for just the support. And now they're being very confident, but maybe too overconfident. Xenon though drags your mind towards away from his teammates rather, as Katigang might need to consider the flank here, as Remake is here. Pythorex as well joining the fight, trying to get a good position towards Aika, but the Fatal Links is actually pretty amazing. Here comes Pythorex, here comes Respect though, dealing a lot of AoE, and suddenly Catty Gang gets wiped out.
Oh my goodness! Fatal Links actually backfired up against WAWA Gaming, and it was a Maniac, the first Maniac of the M4 qualifiers. You're wondering why this is the composition that WAWA Gaming has. It's to be able to let Respect, oh man, Respect towards the Melissa here. They're able to take down the towers on the mid side, and the gold right now is gonna shift towards WAWA Gaming after that insane play, that counter initiation by WAWA Gaming.
Yeah, that's a nice counter by WAWA Gaming. The moment that Respect went there alongside with Pythorex, we already knew that was trouble for Katigang because they expended quite a lot already. Pythorex was just waiting for Aika to be done with his real-world manipulation. When it was at his most vulnerable state, they took most out of that situation. Now, with the upper hand in terms of gold, and caught up in terms of the kill score, They have a 3,000 gold lead, waiting for the next spawn of this Lord, which is this time gonna be Luminous. So it does have the charging towards the tower. And based on the tower secured already by WAWA Gaming, they only need to secure the inhibitor towers, which is quite vulnerable at this state. Now they're looking to maybe get a good positioning, but Hattie the Kid spots out Master Pun at the very least. Flicker is now up for this Atlas, so they need to be very careful because a concealed play might get them as Hattie the Kid looks to close the distance. Your mind though, still quite tanky in a sense.
Yep. And for Catty Gang, they have to double think of when they need to do those initiations, especially at this point. You need to get respect there from the backside. He has been the one free hitting. I mean, aside from Everlasting, right? It's respect free hitting, but it's going to be an early engage there. Winter Truncheon going to be used by Fighter X. He's the main target here. He's going to go down. And with that engage by Catty Gang, they can actually try to go in. But look at Remake going for the backside, going for Iga. He gets taken down. And there's only 4 left here for the side of Catty Gang. If Respect is able to free hit everyone here, he is going to be the main target here. Senon, he is able to clutch onto Respect here. There's going to be some life steals. Just wait for the split to be over. And right after that, they go in for the engage. He still gets taken.
Oh.
Respect. 3 for the price of 1. Just Fighter X out. Respect right now. I don't think this is a very good call, not unless WAWA Gaming can zone away Nuzen. The Lord is already half HP. Fighter X already back up here. They can go for the Lord. Okay, yeah. Wow, massive fun. And your mind actually doing their very best. If they're able to steal this one, I am not so sure what's gonna happen.
Oh.
WAWA will be able to take that one, and the shards come through. Still a legendary for Respect. I think the teams right now, they need to respect this Melissa, and you can kind of understand why they actually picked this up in the first phase.
Yeah, Respect is a monster as of the moment. Same as Spider X, honestly. And not only that, the rest of the members of WAWA Gaming are able to do what they need to do, which is do a lot of crowd control, interrupt the movements here of Catty Gang as a whole. And despite the efforts of Xenon, Harry the Kid in doing all those crowd control, still insufficient because look at the damage coming in from the Respect. Easy shred on this blue. Xenon is already low. Pythrex in the side gets the kill, and now 1 tank down. Catty Gang now at the most vulnerable state. The moment that the Lord charges in, every structure falls down. As WAWA Gaming looks to maybe close this out, Harry the Kid still has the Fatal Links but cannot cast it that much right now due to the fact that all the waves are closing in. Waits for Respect but actually gets denied due to the range, and now Pyrex inside a base. WAWA Gaming, redemption secured, takes down this team.
What a way to close out the day for WAWA Gaming! They get the victory for this last game that they have in the Group A stages with a very beautiful executed team fight in those latter stages of the game. GG and Respect. Definitely, we're going to respect that, Melissa. In the next stages, I think all of the teams have their eyes peeled on this very match, the very first Maniac of the M4 Mekong Qualifier. And all I can say, GG, is that I was right. They were just waiting for Respect, right? And all of you guys were actually wondering why this was the composition that WAWA Gaming wanted to have. It's just to sustain the front line for Respect and eventually let Respect free hit everyone. Just so easy to do. And afterwards, they were able to win this match.
Yeah. It started off things kind of in their favor. Catty Gang slowly catching up, but then power spikes came. Better positioning was showed here by WAWA Gaming, and especially when Respect had the power spikes, we already saw that things are gonna start looking downhill here for Catty Gang. Not only that, Pythrex always has a nice position going towards a team fight because Catty Gang was always distracted trying to prevent the engages of Master Pun from Remake and Your Mind. And through those struggles, we saw flourishes from Respect and Pythrex. And these are the stats being shown to you on the screen. Lots of damage actually coming in from Respect, especially towards the tanky members. We saw how Xenon was easily shred down by this Melissa. And of course, he's gonna get the MVP. Respect with a score of 8, 2, and 7. We can already say comfortably that this Melissa might actually be banned away whenever Respect is involved.
Yeah. Respect the Melissa of Respect of WAWA Gaming, and they actually are able to get, I mean, despite the shaky start that they've had here in the M4 Mekong Qualifiers, they are able to close it out with the victory here. And don't forget, stay tuned towards the next match. You're going to be having MDH going up against CATTY Gang.
Yeah, this time though, actually, we are gonna be seeing MDH eSports this time having their second game, this time against CATTY Gang. So we're gonna be looking at CATTY Gang this time. After the redemption of WAWA Gaming onto 2 teams succeeding in 2 wins, this time CATTY Gang is having that kind of downfall a little bit based on their game against WAWA Gaming. Hopefully, against MDH Esports, they're going to be able to patch up their mistakes and this time have a much better standing against MDH. But that is going to be confirmed later on. So before that, we are just going to go into a very short break and show you the highlights. You're watching the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship. Giam Gaming and Burger King will be on.
For a clearer cup.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
here by Nightmare Esports, but it's being contested.
Chip 1-1 phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, CATTY using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the Marky. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. CATTY traces this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
You're still watching the M4 Mekong Qualifier, still with Burger Kim and Gigi. You've already seen a lot of matches today, and we're down to our last two matches. Who will stand on top here at the Group A stage? But don't you guys worry, there's still going to be the Group A stages tomorrow. So if you haven't seen your favorite teams just yet, they will be battling out for the spots for tomorrow. So once again, welcome and thank you so much to all of our partners and sponsors for this event. Thank you so much to Mineski Vietnam, our sponsor Moonton, and VNG and Viresa for supporting the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. And there you go. We've already got the results for the first 4 games. So WAWA Gaming closing it out with 2 victories and 1 loss. And as for CATTY Gang, 1 win and 1 loss. So this is their last game for today up against MDH eSports that has only played 1 game for today. So let's see how that will fare. They've done so well up against WAWA Gaming in their first game. So let's see if they will be able to continue their victory here in the Group A stages. And so far, you know, MDH eSports, they have a multitude of experience. So let's see if that will be put into play here.
Yeah, especially right now, you know, we're starting to reach towards the conclusion of the group stage day number 1 for Group A. We saw the points already of the team so far. It's actually quite balanced in a sense. No one is dominating just yet, like 3-0. Maybe MDH is going to be looking for that. CATTY Gang so far has an equal score, and they're going to be the ones to challenge this time MDH eSports, because MDH eSports during their match against WAWA Gaming, they actually won in a dominating fashion, and WAWA Gaming defeated CATTY Gang. So if we were to analyze that a little bit, we are going to be leaning towards MDH eSports, unless, you know, CATTY Gang will be able to polish their mistakes from earlier, especially them struggling to address the team fighting or the aggressiveness of WAWA Gaming earlier, because MDH eSports is quite aggressive. They can easily penetrate the front lines of the enemy team. They find ways to squeeze into a team fight from multiple angles. And not only that, they're also keeping up with the meta. We saw them prioritizing the Valentina during their match against WAWA Gaming. And of course, they're going to be looking forward in getting either the Valentina or the Faramis also in this game.
Yeah, then for MDH eSports, if you guys aren't so familiar with this team yet, this is a team, Cyber XA. They were known as that before, so I'm not so sure if the King and Need My Help, they switched IGNs, or are these the same players that played for Cyber XA before. So the Atlas and the One Man will be the prior bans here for MDH, the Valentina as well for CATTY Gang, knowing that MDH is going to be on the blue side. So possibly the Faramis might be open here, not unless CATTY Gang will ban it away. So CATTY Gang
So
has
either
been,
Faramis ban or Fanny ban.
or
CATTY Gang, which do you ban here?
not just that, even the Balmond for Nuzen, it's like either the Balmond or the Karina. Those are the heroes that he has played so far. So possibly, yeah, there you go. The Balmond will come through. So it's not the Fanny. The Balmond that really was utilized well by Nuzen earlier. So now CATTY Gang, final ban. You're kind of like NDH is kind of saying, you know what, just ban out the Faramis if you don't want us to get it.
Yeah. I dare you to ban out the Faramis. Leave out the Fanny open. Sure, nothing bad will happen. The eSports won't take that. CATTY Gang is hesitating right now. I mean, they have like 20 seconds to decide whichever, you know, like pick your poison, right? Pick whichever hero do you think you'll be able to handle in a sense. Honestly, I would prefer banning out the Faramis and leaving the Fanny open. Actually, they decide to leave both open so that they will have a choice maybe of the two, since MDH Esports does have first pick priority. If they get the Faramis, then Karigang will get
There
the
you go.
Fanny instead. Maybe the Paquito as well, which they have locked in already. Because one of my concerns on the Fanny pick is that it can get bursted out by the Paquito pretty fast.
Yep, they already have the sustain here for MDH, a very solid first pick, but Catty Gang is going to be getting some comfort picks of theirs as well. The Paquito that has almost 100% ban rate here in the Mekong Qualifiers. And there you go. They are going to go for the dives, so I'm not surprised if they add something like along the lines of a Lunox or a
Assist.
Grok here. But they're going to pick up very wise choice from MDH. They pick up the Kufra, the direct answer towards the Fanny, because usually if you pick up the Fanny, right, you want to be picking up the Kufra. So I think mid lane for Ramis for MDH and Catty Gang, they still need some crowd control to deal with this Fanny.
Yeah. The Kufra is gonna be very helpful for sure to at least provide that safety as well and additional engage. But they won't. I don't think they would be able to pick up the Estes anymore for the double sustain Ubi strat here for MDH Esports. And what that provides is that Katagang only needs to burst them twice at most. If MDH Esports fail to use the ultimate of this Faramis fast enough as well, then things are gonna get easier for Katagang. They pick up the Barats too, so if they can get the Faramis, eaten up, then he won't be able to cast in his ultimate. That is one of the things that maybe Katagang is opting to have in this game. Nice banning out on the Melissa as well. Maybe they got traumatized on their game a while ago with WAWA Gaming, and they don't want any Melissa involved anymore in all of their games.
Yeah, but plus the fact that the Melissa can play alongside the Claude in the early stages of the game. So it's usually like that in the gold lane. So it's kind of refreshing not to see a Beatrix. And Fredrin ban will come through. Something to counter out the Paquito. Nice ban coming through from Catty Gang and MDH. They're going to be taking... Yeah, I was thinking of the Estes earlier. That could work well with Catty Gang's composition since they already got very, very solid front lines. The Barats as well as the Paquito. So MDH, they still need to take something away from Catty Gang. A mid laner and a roamer for their side. Harry the Kid has played a Matilda. So possibly that could be the ban. But they're going to go for the Lunox. Like what I mentioned earlier, that could have been the pickup there for MDH if they want to go in for the full dive. So the Lunox. So for Catty Gang, roamer, and the mid laner here. Someone that can, play in the early stages like a Lilia to go up against the Fanny. But again, they still need those crowd controls to deal with the Fanny.
Ooh, interesting choice here. Picking up the Jillian. Which is gonna be strong in terms of burst as well. So I think what Katagang is opting to have here is a high burst damage towards the Fanny pick here of MDH Esports. If he overextends and the Faramis is not in range for his ultimate to help out his teammate, then Fanny will be in a difficult spot. But Katagang so far is also being watched upon here by MDH Esports by responding with a Phobius and even a Popple and Koopa for the laning phase to counter out the Claude that Katagang has picked up so far. So laning phase wise, it might be difficult a bit here for Katagang, especially the presence of the Fanny is still very much scary to have all throughout the map because she can just easily squeeze through the gaps and also rotate quite fast as well across the map. But
Missitar.
I like that.
Now, you know what? For the Mincitar, I have seen a Mincitar go up against a Fanny. It's quite difficult, right? Like you can't really dash in and out, can't really use much of your cables once the King's Calling is up. So quite a surprise here from Catty Gang. Like what I mentioned, they still need someone to deal with the Fanny. So if they are able to pull this off, the MDH has a very scary lineup, right? You got the Popple and Koopa to push. You also got the Phobius as well to go in for the distraction when it comes to team fights with the Demonic Force. And you got the Fanny to lead you towards the early stages of the game to be able to do those pickoffs. So let's see if MDH will be able to pull that off, especially since this is the first time we're going to be seeing a Fanny being put into play here in the Mekong qualifiers. And we all know that this is a meta hero, or how should I say this, like a comfort pick for the Mekong region, the Fanny, for MDH
Yeah.
Esports. And as for Catty Gang, it's a classic Barats for their side.
Mm-hmm. I actually like the Mincetar being picked up here by Harry the Kid because not only does it counter Joga with the Fanny, but also actually maybe the King on his ultimate he won't be able to cast it that much and relocate himself because of the Mincetar ult. So Katagang is trying to play on the defensive here, or maybe on an anti-engage, counter-engage in a sense here against MDH Esports. Laning phase-wise still though is gonna be troubling for them because of the the Poppling Koopa plus the Fanny plus the Phobius. Joga right now is invading the camp here.
Almost level
But
4.
Nozen, will he be able to steal it up? Actually, yeah. Picks it up, the purple buff, and now even dives into that mid lane tower just to deal some damage towards Aika and Nozen. So really good job start here by MDH Esports.
Yeah, so far they are winning for MPH in terms of the early, definitely with the Popple and Koopa, and right now Nuzen is in trouble. He is quite tanky, able to tank up the damage. He does not have the Detona's welcome, and the cutthroat will come through. Joga will be drawing the first blood here for MDH.
Big pick right now. Joga starting to pop off a bit with that first blood. He's trying to get another one here towards Harit the Kid, and he will actually get it. Will he get a triple kill? 3 kills actually in total here as he gets the double there in that particular fight. So early game wise, this is already a disaster actually for Katigang.
Yeah, man. I mean, the Fanny has been banned away for so many reasons, and after those pickoffs, after pickoffs by MDH, it's going to give so much space to their side, right? They're gonna give the King as Hehe here to be able to scale up pretty well. There is the demonic force available already for the Phobius. Nart gonna be setting up this turtle pretty well for Joga, who has gotten that purple buff and try to go for Harry the Kid. There's no freeze falling just yet. Look at all the cables coming through. Retribution has been used as well, but there is just a lot of skills, a lot of spells being burned away by MPH just to take down Harry the Kid.
Yeah. Fortunately though, Harry the Kid still was able to fall back successfully without dying. And now, with the Fanny actually on his bot side jungle, I don't even know why MDH Esports are located here at the top, because Katagang is gonna try to kill them. But now, nice ult coming in from Need My Help. Now, Fanny joins the fight and gets another kill. Overextension here by Katagang, I guess, as MDH Esports looks to punish them most of the time with a 2,000 gold lead right now at 3.5 minutes. Katagang still maybe struggling a bit on those responses. Ooh!
Oh,
Wow,
man.
Joga!
Oh,
Whoa!
spots 10 on there. It's crazy. I don't know how this man is able to spot everyone from anywhere. He just goes in with the cutthroat, able to take down one. And right now, here on the bottom side, Nard is in trouble. Misses that Tyrant's Revenge on Aika. Forces the sprint as well from Aika. Harry the Kid gonna try to go into the King's Fallen, unable to get anyone. Only able to get Koopa there. And MDH will be disengaging. Although Katigang was able to get the second turtle of the game.
Yeah, Katagang, at least they were able to answer a bit. But it's not enough, for sure. Nart gonna try to initiate onto Everlasting. Fortunately enough, Everlasting was a bit farther from that location that Nart actually engaged upon. But on the other side, though, Joga is trying to again get that steal onto Nuzen's camp, but Aika blows him up. That's a big shutdown. The King now kind of in a tough spot. No escape at all, but he actually dives in instead, dealing quite a bit of damage, dunking at them consistently as Aika now looks to fall back.
Here comes backup.
Need My Help just helping out so much in this fight. Helping out in terms of sustain, gives them a second chance in life. The King still alive, but Xenon is actually trying to punch his way through this Phobius. Not enough damage though, so MDH is just gonna fall back for now. Shutdown still present for that Fanny.
Oh man, Joga's really gonna go for the full aggression. There comes the Malefic Roar. coming through for the Fanny, for Joga. Now the last turtle of the game is spawning in the Magneton. And last time we see Catty Gang securing in that lore. I don't think Joga's gonna force the retribution to come through. They need to get the turtle this time. And Nart gonna get a beautiful Tyrant's Revenge onto Nuzin, but there is no backup. He's gonna get swallowed by the Barati Nuzin. And Joga will still be able to secure that turtle with the retribution. Nice. Ghostbusters there coming in from Need My Help. Everyone's gonna fall real low. The King as well gonna use the demonic force actually to take down 2 members of Catty Gang. On the bot side as well, there is going to be a double kill here for Hehe. He's left unchecked here by the side of MDH. Xenon, I think he's gonna be not gonna be able to survive that one. He falls as well with the hands of MDH, and they can able to take this tower here on the top side.
Yeah, what's happening to Catty Gang right now? They're so scattered, so undecided on what to do and where to go, and they're just being, massacred here by MDH. That is a total of 5 kills in like a minute here by MDH. A while ago, they had 2,000 gold lead. Now it's doubled up to 4,000 and increasing furthermore as Catty Gang continues to make those crucial mistakes. They're designed to fight back onto MDH and try to group up as much as possible, but they just get isolated so many times now. Whenever they try to escape, they go on their separate ways and they just get annihilated here by MDH as a whole. Now, going towards the 7-minute mark, another turtle is going to be spawning up. MDH most probably will take this uncontested. Now they're being very confident. Snart initiates for the team. Immediate follow-up. Joga as Need My Help as well. Just helping out the team. But Joga right now, look, have you seen that damage? I didn't even see the bars going down. It just suddenly gets deleted. As Xenon now is being attacked but tries to fight back actually. Might have not needed to do that as he falls down instead. Catty Gang, again, being isolated, continues to slow down.
Yeah, Nart's gonna try to go in for the knock-up onto Nuzin. The bouncing ball as well comes through. He's gonna miss the Detonus welcome with the flicker coming through from Nart. And while all of that is happening, Joga is going to be able to secure this turtle, this last one. Sorry, I was wrong earlier. This is the last turtle for the game, the 7-minute turtle. I don't think there's gonna be any contest here from Catty Gang. Joga is gonna be able to secure that one, as Hehe as well. Gonna be taking in some towers. And look at the damage coming through from Joga. Cutthroat comes through. They're gonna be able to invade the jungle side right now of Catty Gang, forcing them to actually just be quarantined on their base.
Yeah, immediate quarantine for sure. There's pretty much nothing they can do at this point, given their standing, given their performance so far in this game. But MDH is not gonna stop there. Nearly actually engages onto them on their tower, but they decide to just take it away, upping their gold lead to 9,000 right now, almost 10,000 as the King actually dunks under the tower. Not scared at all. They have the help here from Need My Help, but actually it doesn't reach the King, so he falls down. That's a big shutdown by Catty Gang. At least they gotten a kill on that top lane and successfully defended it.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of overextension coming through. Nart going in for the knockups onto one, but not gonna be committing there. Joga as well, falling real low from the knockup punch. But Hehe gonna be able to get a solo kill there up against Aika. And this Popple and Koopa has been left unchecked earlier on. Nart gonna try to go in. But continuous pressure here from MDH to push in the lanes as Joga is going to do a 1v1 as well onto the top side with Xenon that hasn't had a very good game here with this Paquito. He's not able to pop that knockout strike, a mega kill for Joga right now. And Xenon standing at a 0-5-0 this game. He hasn't been getting any pickoffs just yet. Always getting caught in the midst of it all.
Yeah, Joga though is like 9-1-2. This is how strong he is right now. Quite fed, honestly. Level 13 compared to level 10 on Nuzin. That is a sad scenario here, situation for Catty Gang as a whole. They're just not equipped enough yet to fight off MDH eSports. And given their incapacity to fight this Lord, though it's not Luminous just yet, will be taken out here by MDH eSports without any problem, as the King is just being able to zone out every single member here of Katagang. And while that's happening, still the pressure is being maintained here by Hehe in the bot lane. Look at the damage onto Xenon. But nice stoppage there at the very least by the Mincetor. But now they need to address the concern on
Slam
the
dunk in and
Phobius. They
out.
might help popping out that ult. Gets 2 kills here for MDH. As now they look to dive under the tower, but I don't think they should. They take the inhibitor tower in the bottom lane instead. Transfer towards the mid lane. Aika and Xenon cannot defend successfully as Hehe just deals an obnoxious amount towards structures. Leaves now only the top for MDH to take.
Oh man, it's only like 3 left to defend, but the timers are not that much just yet. Hey, gonna take down that one. No inhibitors left here for Catty Gang. They're gonna try to go in for the finish. Not unless Catty Gang can defend this one. Detona's welcome comes through here from Luz, and he does not get anyone, but from the backlines, Joga will be taking down Xenon, and Hey will lock into that base, and MDH Esports will close this out with a sweet victory.
Yeah, so far MDH Esports maintains to be one of the best teams right now in the Group A. So far securing 2-0 out of the 3 supposed games they have for this particular day, and they still have one more against Team XCT. For Katagang though, that concludes their games, and they don't actually have the best scoreline. They started off strong today with a win against Team XCT, but they lost to both WAWA Gaming and MDH Esports. So they're kind of sitting right now at the bottom part of the of Group A. So it might be 50-50 in their situation to actually qualify for the next part of this tournament towards the playoffs. But this is the result here. Definitely the fanny pick is insane, and MDH Esports fully capitalized on this moment. 19-3 on the team scores. That is a dominating one-sided game.
Yeah, wow. Joga was only shut down once, if I'm not mistaken. It was the time where he was trying to invade the red buff here of Nuzen. Nuzen was able to get that Detona's welcome onto him, and then Aika landing the chains. That was the only time Joga was taken down, but the rest of the time he was just taking down members of Catty Gang one by one. And he, of course, without a doubt, he is the MVP of the game. 10-1-3 on the Fanny, and you can kind of see, guys, why this is a hero that has been respect banned consistently by different teams, because this is a hero that this region is very much comfortable with. The Fanny of Joga leading MDH Esports to another victory. So they haven't lost just yet here in the Mekong Qualifiers GG. So they do have one more game, which will be happening after this game. So they're going to go up against XCT of Vietnam. So stay tuned for that. The last match here of the round robin stages, MDH and XCT. Don't miss out on the action, because finally we'll know who will be able to top this Group A stages. And for tomorrow, of course, there's still going to be another one, GG. It's going to be the Group B stages, so stay tuned for that as well.
And before we go into a short break, of course, we are going to be showing you guys the highlights of the match of MDH Esports and Catty Gang from a while ago. And of course, we are still your shoutcasters, Young Gaming and Burger Kim. You're watching the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
ヤナで消え去れ
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
よ力を解き放て消え去れ
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Battle is being started here by Nightmare eSports. Ball is being contested.
Đồng chí One One phải lên bảng điểm số sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quét dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, Kyrie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the Marky. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kyrie plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
And we're back for the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. You're still with us, Burger Kim and Giyang Gaming or GG, to bring you the action for the very last game of the Group A stages. And you heard it earlier on, and if you missed out on that, it is going to be MDH Esports and Team XCT. MDH is on a win streak right now as compared to Team XCT that hasn't been able to get a W just yet here in the Mekong Qualifier. So let's see how this will pan out for them. And who knows, we might actually pull off a David and Goliath for this round for the group stages. So last match for today, but don't you guys worry, we still have a lot more action. So if you haven't seen your teams just yet, they will be playing tomorrow in the Group B stages. But here you have it. We're finally down to our last game. MDH Esports for the very last time up against Team XCT for today.
we're also seeing a trend here. Blue side is the one winning. I don't think we
Winning.
have seen a red side team win yet for today. Everyone's on blue side, so maybe that's the pattern here. Kind of unfortunate here for XCT team as they are on the red side this time. Unless they are gonna be more than able to break the pattern here, especially that right now. I guess the best way to describe them right now is that they are trying to get the hang of the tournament. Yeah, and they do have a chance still to pull up a win in a game against MDH Esports, although it is, like what you said, going to be a David versus Goliath setup, as MDH Esports so far in both of their games against WAWA Gaming and CATTY were both dominating in a sense. So it's going to be a tough one to do. But maybe if I guess they're gonna be forced a little bit to ban out the Valentina and the Faramis this time, and the Fanny. Those are the only heroes that I can say that they should be banning in the first round of bans.
Yeah, I think there should be respect towards the Fanny coming through, especially since with that game that Joga just did in game number 5, the match previous to this one, he was able to give so much lead towards the side of MDH, especially getting that snowball, getting them that victory, and still undefeated here in the Mekong Qualifier. So I can please say that if ever they do win this round, they will be on top of the Group A stages. So that will be the case. MDH, for those who aren't familiar, this is a team from Vietnam. MDH is from Vietnam, and they're going to be going up against their very own team as well, Team XCT, both from Vietnam. So Vietnam versus Vietnam for this final round. And of course, this is only one team can head over to M4 Jakarta. So it's just going to be a battle between two countries, both Vietnam. So let's see who will be able to move forward for this round, GG. So MDH, I think, again, for the banning predictions here, definitely the Fanny should be taken out if you don't want to give the side of MDH that early game.
Especially that MDH Esports has first pick priority. Oh no, this is not looking good for XCT team. They should take away both Valentina, Paramis, and Fanny, since MDH Esports has tried out all of those 3 heroes during the past 2 games that they had. And it's not gonna look good if ever it's not respected here by XCT team. But let's see if it's gonna be the case. There are other ways to approach the sustain and also the Fanny composition, but at least maybe ban out 2 of those. That is the most optimum, I guess, if they don't want to ban 3. All 3 of them, because Fanny can be dealt with, I think, with the Paquito. The Fanamis can be dealt with, of course, with the Fanamis, I think, should be banned away completely, but the Valentina can be dealt with a Lilia and a nice composition, maybe a little bit better than the ones that WAWA Gaming has drafted during their match against MDH Esports. But so far, here are the rankings. MDH, of course, with 100% win rate so far against their battle against WAWA and CATTY at the top. Very, very top. Next up is WAWA Gaming, after only losing to MDH Esports.
Yep, XCT hasn't won a single game just yet here in the Group A stages. So let's see if they will be able to get or steal a point away from our undefeated, not yet champions, but undefeated in the Group A stages, MDH. So let's see how that will pan out. I mean, both are Vietnamese teams, of course, gunning for that M4 slot. Just only one, by the way, will be able to get that ticket to Jakarta, Indonesia for the M4 World Championships that will be happening January 1, GG. So what a way to actually open up 2023 with the World Championship. So just like that, that's why this is actually happening right now, to see who will be able to qualify for the Mekong region. Again, if you guys aren't familiar with the region, it is Thailand, Vietnam, and Laos, the regions in the Mekong.
Yeah, I think if we think about this though, the setup right now in the last game, it's kind of sad because no matter what the result is, Team XCT will not be well, the result will not affect the overall result in the Group A, since it is still gonna be MDH Esports and WAWA Gaming sitting at the very top of Group A. So maybe at least Team XCT will be attempting to change the minds of the people, I guess, to by having themselves improve in a short amount of time and maybe have a bit of standing. If, like, if they beat MDH Esports, that is a big deal, right? That is an accomplishment because two teams already tried, Wawa Gaming and CATTY, both has failed immensely, and that is something to prove, though the likeliness of that is kind of low based on how Team XCT so far is standing. But I guess it would have a positive effect on their supporters and also to the people looking at them right now, the teams that wanted to join the Mekong Qualifier as well for M4 World Championship.
Exactly. So for the Mekong region, if you guys have been following the region for quite some time, if you follow the MSC Mekong qualifiers, it was IDNS that stands on top most of the time. So will we be seeing if MDH gets this round, right? They'll be topping the Group A stages undefeated. So let's see how IDNS, the representatives usually for the Mekong region, will fare in the Group B stages tomorrow. So it's going to be quite an exciting day. But for today, we'll see if MDH will be able to close this out with a 100% win rate in the Group A stages. And then for XCT, again, they're going up against their brothers from Vietnam. So they're all Vietnamese here, gunning for that, gunning for the points as much as possible here in the qualifiers. So, Yep. So let's see here again. The prize pool is a total prize pool of $10,000 for the winners. We're the first placers rather $4,000, followed by the second placers $2,500, third placers $1,500, and for the fourth up until the eighth place, you still get to take something home. So you don't really go home empty-handed, Gigi. I think this is the best thing about joining the Mekong qualifiers. You don't go home without anything, right? Even $300 is pretty good for a team.
Yeah, I mean, it's something, I guess. And coming from all these regions, of course, they invested quite a lot. So their goal is to reach the first place, which is a whopping $4,000. And of course, well, these are the stages, the group stages, of course, towards the playoffs on the weekend at October 15 to 16. By the way, guys, only top 2 of the respective groups will participate or will be able to participate in the playoffs. So far, 2 teams are already secured here for Group A, which is MDH Esports and WAWA Gaming. And unfortunately for CATTY, they suffered 2 consecutive losses earlier against both WAWA Gaming and MDH Esports. XCT team, the team struggling the most, still has one more game against them, against MDH Esports. And for Group B, Day 2, this is our schedule.
Yep, scheduled for tomorrow. This is the Group B stages. So still the same time, same place. So for the teams that you haven't seen in the Mekong qualifiers, they are going to be competing tomorrow again in a round robin stage, best out of 1, and for our best out of 3 and best out of 5 matches, which will happen during the playoffs as well as the semifinals. And here you have it. Let's not wait any further. We're going to be giving you the pick and banning phase here. XCT this time on the blue side. Then there you go.
Okay.
The banning immediately being respected here by XCT. And Layla ban coming
is that?
Is it good?
What?
Let's see if that's final. But the Atlas as well is going to be respected here by MDH. So let's see if there is going to be a possible redraft here from the side, or maybe that could be a bug. So let's see. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I'm actually hoping that's just an error. Because who bans Layla, right? It's easily counterable. It's meta right now. It does some damage, but nobody really takes it away, So at most, maybe XCT team is looking to take away They're leaving out the Faramis open. MDH Esports gonna respect both Faramis and Valentina. Now first
Alright.
pick is available here for XCT team. I'm wondering what they will opt to take here. Good job with a pick
Tito.
on the Paquito. So that is a solid hero to use that is quite flexible in a sense as well. MDH Esports maybe going back towards the roots, double frontline and lots of AoE damage again.
Yeah, the Grok as well. And the Sali. Oh,
Mm.
wow. This is so lethal for MDH. They're going for the lethal Selena Grok combo in the mid side. So this is kind of going to limit out what XCT will bring here in the mid side. Someone that can go with the tempo of the Grok and the Selena. Someone that is immune, maybe like a Kagura. Usually I would suggest a Kagura to go up against this lineup. The Kagura that has so much mobility, the instant Purify as well with the Rasho Umbrella Flea. So I say the Kagura is a pretty good mid laner here to go up against this. But there are other heroes as well open. The Akai if XCT wants to go that route. But they are going to go for the Lunox, still pretty good in the mid lane. And the Melissa as well for them.
And AoE damage starting to build up here on the side of XCT team, but no answer just yet towards the Selena pick of MDH. 1-1 gonna be picked up first time in for today, especially in the Mekong pool of Mekong Qualifier. So this is kind of a new start here for MDH Esports. Maybe they are gonna be trying out a different lineup here for their last game, since they don't really have anything to lose at this point. So
Yeah.
lots of rotation and setups actually possible here for MDH Esports, but not much to protect the 1-1 just yet, especially with the amount of threat that XCT team has with the Lunox and the Paquito. Plus, they have yet to secure their roaming tank, and possibly an XP lane if ever this Paquito goes towards the jungle.
Yeah, most likely they're kind of putting it that way, right? But again, we don't know who we still don't know. They're taking away junglers as well here for MDH, not leaving any possibility open here for XCT. So the Balmond, a very good ban coming through, as well as the Diggy, someone that is very annoying, especially for the 1-1 that can contain it towards its lane. They take away the Phoebus as well. That was a very big problem for them in the previous games. So MDH Esports right now, all they need to do is have that jungler rather to secure the objectives. They also need that tanky side laner. So Esmeralda is kind of out of the picture, not unless you're ready or prepared to go up against that Lunox. So someone to sustain as well once again, and someone to secure the objectives for their side. They already got a very lethal mid, but they're still gonna go for it anyway. The Esmeralda right now. So which means that the Dyrod is available here for XCT. Wait, hold on. I've seen this combo in the Vietnam region, the Mekong region, the Dyrod to answer the Esmeralda. I was correct. But the Lunox Johnson combo, very lethal if pulled off properly. I've seen this in another team pulling this off. I'm not so sure if I can say it here. The Johnson, we've seen a lot of possible combos with the Johnson. Usually like the Johnson Odette, the Johnson Kadita, the Johnson Eudora. But this time you guys will be getting a glimpse of what this is like. The Johnson and the Lunox can absolutely rip someone to shreds, especially if they land on the proper targets here.
Yeah, MDH Esports though respond with an Akai towards their jungle side, and well, it does have some strengths as well. So overall, lots of crowd control available here for MDH Esports, but I'm kind of liking how Team XCT is upping up the stakes right now in this game. A Johnson and a Lunox. It's always a 50-50 with that kind of combination, because Johnson doesn't really get that much across the map. If ever he fails to gank, because at most you're just gonna be a walking meat shield during team fights, unless you're able to bump into anybody. But even so, if you're not gonna be able to gain the upper hand with those ganks when you reach your good levels or your power spikes, then the enemy team will tend to not be scared at you at all anymore in the later stages of the game.
Especially, I think the targets here for the side of XCT should be more or less like the Selena and Hehes 1-1. But there's going to be a 1v1 situation here on top. Definitely, I think XCT does have the upper hand here. I'm so surprised at how King is actually being so aggressive here, knowing that it's going up against the Dyrot here of Mio. And now Mio might actually get punished here, forces the flicker out, but he's gonna get the 3-man rotation here from the side of MDH. Another one falls. 2 kills instantly for the side of MDH.
Yeah, that is huge actually, because XCT should be the one being aggressive, but yeah, due to Nart having this incredible performance on this lane as well, you know, being a big distraction towards XCT. Now with 2 kills, it's not looking good here for Team XCT as MDH now looking towards the bot side. Yeah. That is sad here for XCT.
Right? Like, down in an instant. And there you go, heavy spin here onto Jen Baka. Gets taken down instantly by MDH. And here onto the top side, though, there might be a mirror move. These are 2 heroes that can really make it a hard time for the Esmeralda. And a lot of gold platings as well going to be taken by Hehe to the bot side as they rotate to the turtle side as well after getting what they wanted. It's a 2k gold lead instantly for the side of MDH, but look at that killing spree already as early as the 1-minute mark, and even the king as
like
well.
2 minutes into the game.
Down. Right, exactly. Such a huge lead for the side of MDH. I think they want this to be a very fast game. They're not even letting the members of XCT reach that level 4. So here it comes, the first turtle of the game. MDH already on the 6 kills on the scoreboard.
Yeah, 6 kills, 3 kills per minute, 1.5k gold lead per minute as well. As now, the Little Arrow again connects onto Miu. Nardi though will get blown up as MDH eSports just funnel all their damage onto the members of XCT. Finally, a Johnson bump onto Joga, but still gonna be able to disengage successfully. At most, MDH eSports lost 2. And that is gonna help out XCT team a little bit, but overall in that fight, MDH eSports still coming on top of things.
Wow, it's 3k gold lead, almost a 4k gold lead for MDH. A lot of overextended team fights for MDH, but they know they're able to sustain. They did get punished there. 2 for the price of, I think 3. And now there's going to be the Abyssal Arrow connecting here onto Neo as well as the Heavy Spin. Forces the Flicker out here. But I think MDH is going to be relentless on taking this lane on the top. There comes the rapid touchdown as well from the Johnson, driving around the map looking for the pickoffs. Neo's going to get pressured a lot here. There you go! From the backside, they take down 1, but Joga and the rest of the members of MDH as well able to pop in that crossbow of Tang. MDH on a very good lead right now in the 3-minute mark, GG. This is the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, we're only at a 3-minute mark. 10 kills already here for MDH. That is a whopping amount of gold lead as well, about 1,000 gold per minute. And they're not even done just yet. If you look at the kill distribution, it's also very favorable towards MDH, given that Hehe already has like 5 kills. Although Jen Baka has 3, so that is pretty good for the Paquito. He's the only one who can deal damage right now for the team in this early stage of the game, and they should be looking for picks now. Jen Baka just hops on the ride here with Ma'am Echo Overlord as they maybe look for a pick onto Joga, but yeah, this is how they would counter it. You bump into me, I use the heavy spin, and you get pinned to the wall until you find your screen turning gray.
Yeah, but I don't think Ma'am Echo Overlord is going to be able to sustain all of that. It's just the 4-minute mark. Look at how many towers are going down slowly here for the side of XCT. There might just be more. King gonna use a Falling Star Moon onto duty, able to sustain with that, but not for long. Joker gonna try to go in for the heavy spin. Oh, Echo Overload is going to hit that Guardian's Barrier instead, misses the target, and MDH can go straight for that turtle.
Yeah, this is one of the struggles when picking up the Johnson, especially when there's a Grok. It's hard to enter a fight because The Grok will just put up a wall onto you. Hehe though is flying! Almost got taken out by the turret, but this time though being chased away by Genbaka. Good disengagement. Nart is preventing him from totally disengaging, as now Neo actually gonna get spotted out. Bissell Arrow not connecting as Hehe finds his way attacking him yet again. Almost got taken out, but at the end of that, it's still 2 kills actually being picked up by MDH Esports as another fight broke out on the other side. Turrets falling down, 7,000 gold lead at 6 minutes. Everything is going according to plan here for MDH, and so far we're not seeing that much happening here for Team XCT aside from this boxer riding a truck.
Oh, there, just gonna land onto Joga. He's so tanky here with Genbaka and Mam Overload actually trying to go back after landing onto Joga. And now I think they might actually get punished from that. Rapid touchdown done. Team Hero has been slain. Back home. MDH is on a massive advantage right now. Here comes the go away from the Melissa, able to kite out some damage here. Falling Star Moon as well, but Hehe is going to get the kill at the end of the day. And now Wild Charge as well gonna be used on Rio. And all the ultimates thrown out. None actually for XDC. Gonna go for the Order of Brilliance, but instead put the flicker out there. Here's the rapid touchdown. There's a shutdown onto Hehe. Mega kill for Genbaka. And they do get a shutdown, so a little bit of gold shift towards the side of XCT, but I don't think that is enough because MDH are slowly getting the towers here one by one.
Yeah, slowly they're also reaching towards that 10,000 gold lead. Now just a little under 7,000, but still continues to rise up as MDH Esports continues to apply pressure towards Team XCT. And now, well, I can't even believe that they have this amount of goal lead and we're still just on the last turtle part. So it's already a big deal. Despite Hehe falling down, he still has a couple of items built up already for his damage, and well, they're not going to be stepping on the brakes. Always on the acceleration here for MDH Esports as they get the kill onto Genbaka. Revenge kill by Hehe, and even gets a double onto Overlord, and now they're diving under the turret. Not scared at all. Abyssal Arrow connects, and that just might be another kill. This time by Nart. 3 kills in total, and they're not even done. They're not backing off at all. They don't care about the turtle anymore. They don't care about the Lord. They just want kills. They just want towers as Mio tries to fall back, but not gonna be allowed as Hehe flies. This time Genbaka shuts him down once again. Revenge after revenge. Overlord and Genbaka just working in tandems, but can they work against 3 people this time of MDH?
This one.
Yeah.
Oh,
not at all.
No, there was the shutdown on Hehe, but they did get 3 kills here for the side of MDH. So I still think that MDH won that one. Here comes the King as well, trying to go in for the Falling Star Moon there. Abyssal Arrow going to be used by Nart. They're not going to go for the Lord here. MDH, I think they're just going to wait it out until the 12-minute mark, or not unless they just want to keep poking up against XCT. This is so difficult, right? I mean, if XCT does get a kill, MDH always strikes back. And here you
gets
go. Rapid touchdown.
they
don't even ride Larry there. Oh, there you go. It gets down to Nart is going to follow roll, as well as the King forces MDH to back away. But Hehe is able to take down Neo as well. 1-for-1 exchange there. And Larry goes down as well with the heavy spin there. Almost getting taken down. 25 kills already here for MDH. Then Backer goes down as well. Heavy spin. Once again from Joga. But the damage as well is coming through here for Tuti. Minion waves are slowly closing in the eye. Are they gonna go for the end here?
I think they can. Turi tries to stop them, but unfortunately it dies in a blink of an eye, and MDH now securing a 10,000 gold lead finally, pre-10 minutes into the game, and comfortably diving under the turret, but maybe they shouldn't get too comfortable staying. They can just go for pushes, as there's a huge wave in the top lane, but gets cleared out here in a short while. Lord is still up for MDH taking, and I think finally they will decide to start it up. Laurie and Overlord are looking for a trip towards memory lane, but maybe they have to set up a trip towards their base instead as they find MDH already securing that Lord. And XCT a little bit too late on that. And now MDH Esports just looking to maybe end this game as Team XCT just cannot answer back right now. Struggling quite a lot against MDH Esports and Team XCT, despite their attempt. The onslaught here of MDH Esports is just too much. Nice stun into the chain CC and suddenly Hehe flies. Nobody is safe. Even under their safety of the base, he just gets that double kill and that just might be the wipeout. Tuti, the only one left stuck in the mid lane, gets killed by the Lord. Then MDH Esports will be undefeated in Group A.
What a day. What a way to close out a day. MDH still standing tall here in the Group A stages without any losses at all. And as for XCT, well, they've had a very, it seems like they were enjoying themselves with the stickers and knowing that both these teams are actually from Vietnam, so I'm pretty sure they know each other as well. But only one team can stand on top, and that's going to be MDH here in the Group A stages. So let's see later on as we move forward in the M4 Mekong qualifiers. There's still going to be games tomorrow for the Group B stages, so stay tuned for that. If you haven't seen your favorite teams just yet, namely IDNS or I Do Not Sleep Esports, you also got Nightmare Esports, Team Evo as well playing tomorrow. So don't forget to tune in as well. Same time, same place.
Yeah. That is also a fascinating performance coming in from MDH Esports with a 3-0 victory against WAWA Gaming, CATTY Gang, and Team XCT as well. Phenomenal work, and pretty much no one is able to contest them in any way. They were able to easily defeat their opponents in a dominating fashion, and maybe they are waiting for the playoffs definitely to whoever is going to be challenging them on the Group B part. And here is the result of that game. Good work though by Jen Baka. He's the one who's actually able to shut down some of the members here of MDH Esports. But overall, Hehe just completely annihilates people. Even under the fountain here of XCT team, he got 2 kills. That's how immense his damage has been all throughout the game.
Even the tower damage, it's all coming from Hehe's 1-1. So yeah, most of the time, I think the story for this game is Hehe was just able to scale up. And it was the rest of MDH, like what I mentioned, the lethal mid combo, the Grok, Mart, and Need My Help was definitely doing their job. And after that, it was just pretty much a walk in the park for Hehe. There you go. The MVP for the game is none other than Hehe. I think it's a bit longer. Like it's a super long. I think it's a very long one. So they just shortened it for you guys. So Hehe as the MVP for this game, the gold laner of MDH Esports with a whopping KDA of 14-7. Definitely the one dishing out as much damage. Twice shut down, but for the most part, you've seen this 1-1 take off. You've seen the 1-1 be able to pop in the crossbow of Tang here in this game. It's definitely a very swift victory for MDH Esports.
And phenomenal work overall by MDH Esports. I think that is gonna be it. We already concluded the games here for
Yep, we're back. Hope you guys enjoyed the highlights there for our very last game between Team XCT as well as the MDH Esports standing again on the very top of the Group A stages with a 100% win rate. And as for Team XCT, I think they just really had their fun in their last game, and we definitely saw that. Let's take a look at the results here of Group A, GG, as well as the schedule. So here you have it. So it seems like there's a trend, like what you mentioned. All of the teams on the blue side have been winning. Only on the last
Except
match,
MDH.
yeah, MDH was able to break that curse in the last one. So there you go, the results for today. So MDH, I can safely say that they've lost 0 matches at all. And let's look at the rankings right now. 100% still for MDH of Vietnam on the very top here of the Group A stages with 3 points, followed by WAWA Gaming with 2 points. And CATTY Gang as well with 1 point. And for XCT, they won't be able to score anything here in the group stages, knowing that they haven't been able to win a single victory for the M4 Mekong Qualifiers Group A stages.
Yeah, but well, on the positive note, MDH Esports and WAWA Gaming will be qualified and sitting comfortably here on, of course, the starting on the upper bracket, of course, for our playoffs. And we still have yet to see the results of Group B because it's gonna be held tomorrow, of course, same time. Same place here on live, of course, and we have sets of games set in store for you guys. The champion of the MSC Mekong Qualifiers, IDONOTSLEEP eSports, gonna be there. So lots of expectations, of course.
Yeah, definitely, right? They were the ones who represented the Mekong region for MSC 2022, and now they are looking to get that one spot here in the M4 World Championships for next year, happening next year, by the way, in Jakarta, Indonesia. So let's see if it is IDONOTSLEEP or will there be another team emerging so far, because we've already seen the performance today of WAWA Gaming and MDH Esports from Vietnam and Laos respectively. So let's see if they will be able to follow towards the domination that they've had. And there you go. They have updated the brackets right now. And here you go. MDH and WAWA Gaming going straight there to the upper brackets. And this time, it's not going to be a best out of 1. It's going to be a best out of 3, which will be happening this weekend. So stay tuned for that one. But again, there is the lower brackets here. So you still have that safety net. But as much as possible, right? You want to go straight for the upper brackets and head straight into the grand finals, which we will be having a best out of 5.
Yes, because it's going to be a lot more challenging and straining as well if you go towards a lower bracket, because if you observe, it's going to be held both on the last day, lower bracket finals going towards the grand final. So I think this time it's going to be much more preferred to win in the upper bracket and go towards finals.
You know what, Gigi? Just to recap everything that happened in this long day, we've seen the first Maniac in the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. We've also seen some uncontemporary picks, the Leslie. We've also seen like a Johnson being picked up here. And to wrap it all up, I think the Fanny is something to be respected as well, even for tomorrow's game. So if you guys aren't so familiar, right, Fanny is one of the top picked heroes in the Mekong Qualifier. So hopefully you guys will see more of that tomorrow. And I hope to see you guys once again here, same time, same place, still the same people, Burger Kim and Gigi at your service tomorrow for the Group B stages.